tournament for download and check your pairings and all the information. Today it's Alexander Dovchenko, Formentera International Chess Tournament, and he's going to start the round with us. At the moment I'm going to give the voice to, yeah? Okay, Alexander, you can start there. Okay, you can start.
Welcome everyone. This is Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. In this studio, we are your hosts, myself, Women Grandmaster Kate Tasalashvili, and International Master Lawrence Strand. Lawrence, look at this. We are in round 4. We have a lot of games happening right now. They have just started, and we have this beautiful view in Sitges, Spain, the location of the tournament.
Yeah, it was beautiful today. I went out for a nice walk along the beachfront. Gorgeous sun, bit cold, but to be expected in December, and that's why anybody who's been interested in playing this tournament really recommend it, because you get beautiful sun in the winter days, and also there's all these side events. There were some interesting master classes today and cooking classes, so definitely worth it if you are interested in things outside of the chessboard.
Exactly, and that's why we have this festival, the place where you can be a professional chess player, someone who is looking for the norms or increase your rating, or someone who wants to spend a really, really nice time in Spain, next to the seaside with amazing food and people. This is the event you would like to visit, and in fact this is 11th edition, so there are people coming here every single year to enjoy the festival. This is the basically sunset very soon, which the players can see from the playing venue. It is a beautiful playing venue on the 5th floor. We're going right now there, and as you guys can see, there are huge windows, which right now it is covered because probably it's quite light there, sharp light, but we can see there. You can see there a sea view. Looks like the playing venue on the big boat. Ferry.
Yeah, it feels like you could be on a ferry. Yeah, it's a beautiful setting, and we're in round 4, and perhaps a quick update as to what happened. So yesterday was a huge day. If you joined us, there was one result in particular which stood out from the rest, and that was Edward Song defeating the top seed Kirill Alexienko. We saw Edward at dinner actually after the game. I asked him if it was his best ever result. He said by a million miles. He'd not beaten anybody close to that level. It was a fantastic game from him. He made a lot of very, very good decisions, and he never really let the win slip away, or at least it wasn't easy for Alexienko. So that means that the top seed is not on 3 out of 3. We do, however, Ketty, have 16 players. I beg your pardon, 15 players
with 100%
yes.
score. And you know what is really interesting? We do have a mix of Grandmasters and International Masters. So it's not only the tournament only for the Grandmasters, but we can see some of the players even rated lower than the Grandmasters. They are having a really, really nice tournament. Let's take a look at the pairings and check it out what we have today in the menu and which games we're going to be mostly focused.
Well, we'll go from the top. We've got Tin, who managed to win that position yesterday. Remember, he was grinding away with the black pieces yesterday. He had this very comfortable opening, and that's what Grandmasters do. They move around for 40 moves, do nothing, and then eventually they find a win. And he's playing against another Grandmaster today, my good friend Tal Abijal from France. We've got International Master Zhu against Marc-André Maritzi, who had a very easy game yesterday, crushed his opponent. We have Gorstin against Izantzulov from Kazakhstan, International Master. Aloma Vidal, a local Spanish player, playing against Sava Vitochin. We've got International Master Travadon against International Master Anwish, International Master Leish against IM Song, IM Hess against IM Arfan. And last but not least, we have Jun Musa, who's on 2.5 points after drawing round 1, I think it was, or round 2.
He made the draw in the round 2, and
Round 2.
I had a bit of chat yesterday after the game. He was playing pool with his friend, and I asked him what was the process of thinking while he was playing, and he said, like, I wanted to play. I wanted her to continue the game, and then I asked what was his evaluation of the game where he would have position with piece down. You guys, you can actually check that game was really, really nice. That happened in the second round, and he said that he knew it was better for him and he knew it was winning for him, and he wanted to play, but you know what? His opponent thought for 25 minutes, and she decided to actually take a draw, which was really, really smart decision by Anna. So from the top boards, we are missing Vasily Ivanchuk, who is actually on our screen right now in white hoodie. I had a breakfast with him today in the morning.
I've got a really funny story.
Okay,
I've got a funny story. So it's about 11:30 or something. I'm in the passageway, and Vasily, he comes up to me, says, "Do you know how to use chess base?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I need to reconfigure something on my chess base. Come to my room." And I'm like, you know, I was like doing something. I was like, okay, so I went to his room, reconfigured his chess base, and so the point of this story is, if he wins today, I'm going to take all the credit for helping him with his preparation. There you go.
Cross fingers for Vasily today. And I know what he had for breakfast today. He had actually sunny eggs and sausages and bread and garlic. And I was like, wow, that's a bit of heavy breakfast you have here.
That's an English style breakfast.
He really, really enjoys his time here, having a good tournament. He started with 0 points because he missed the first round as he was playing in Qatar. Pretty a nice tournament. We're missing from the top boards Kirill Alestenko because he lost yesterday and he's first seeded player, and also Jules Moussard is one of the top players that we're gonna miss him from the top boards, but we're gonna do our best to cover his game as well. Shall we start with the first game and check it out what is happening?
So we've got the game Jingyao against Tal Abijal, board 1, and we have a very modest opening. Tal is actually more well known for crazier openings. I've spent a lot of time with Tal over the years, traveling through Europe, playing tournaments, and you know, he's one for gambits and crazy actions. So he's decided to play the solid route today. We just have a Catalan, classic sort of Queen C2, Rook D1. Black tends to put the bishop out actually to A6 in these positions to ask the question about this pawn, get the knight to D7, connect the rooks. If you really know what you're doing here with black, it should be fine. If you don't, things can get a little bit uncomfortable. So we're going to see just how well...
Before you jump to the next game, I'll have my own story.
Yes.
With Tal, because I used to live in France for a couple of years, and we were playing a lot of Blitz games. for fun, and like he's really awesome guy to hang out, play some blitz. So before that we played a classical game in one of the tournaments, and he blundered the pawn at the very beginning of the game. I think on the move 9 or something. It was like very cheap tactic that he fell for. I got an extra pawn, and you know what? He offered me a draw.
Cheeky.
He offered me a draw, and I was like, no, you're kidding me now. And
did you win the game?
Yes, I did.
You did win. Yes, that's important. You had to show it.
Yes, I did. And he's one of the great masters that I have fit in my chess career, and I like that whole
That's
game,
cheeky.
whole concept that you can win a game pawn so early and then get the draw offer. It was kind of funny, but yeah, then we had.
Well, let's see if he makes it. I think he'd be very happy with the draw with black today. It doesn't look like but you never know. He's an ambitious player. Let's go to board 2. Nothing really to report here yet on board 2. We have d4, e6, knight f3 with Maritzi to play. This could turn into all kinds of things. We're just going to wait and see. Zhu, another international master I'm not really that familiar with. We'll see what happens on that board. Board 3, we've got Gorstin against a player we've not mentioned yet, Ivanchuk from Kazakhstan. I don't know this player, Aristan Ivanchuk, an international master, 2400-ish, playing black today against Gorstin. And we have a very sort of, in many ways, modern way to approach chess, which is just to go with a very quick fianchetto on the queen side. Nakamura is really the guy that put this system on the map. He played it a lot in Blitz, but then a lot of players were playing it in Classical. And you can play lots of different ways here as well. You can play with bishop e2 and castles and queen c2. You can also play with d4. If you want to get really ambitious, sometimes you can do something like queen c2, bishop e7, let's say bishop e2, castles, and you can even try to play with g4.
I've played that.
You've played that?
Yeah, with the one, and I liked it.
Yeah, this is
really
very ambitious. The idea is that if you take the pawn, white puts the rook on g1, and you might
castle on the long side,
Exactly.
and then you use this semi-open g file, and you have really nice kingside attack.
Exactly. So we're going to see how Gorstin will set out there. There are lots of options, see what kind of mood he's in. Board 4.
Arslan is
Yes.
actually 21 years old,
Okay.
player from Kazakhstan, international master, and we know that the chess is booming in Kazakhstan, and they are having a lot of world youth champions these days, and we can actually count that on some of the strong female grandmasters from Kazakhstan, like Shansai Abdulmalik, and we also have Dinara, and many more girls from Kazakhstan who are making...
and also Bibisara,
Bibisara, exactly.
Asabayeva.
Asalbayeva, 2 times world rapid champion or blitz champion. I think rapid champion 2 times, and she was quite young when she achieved that title. So because of these great ambassadors, chess is a big thing in Kazakhstan. And let's see about Aristan. Let's see what he can bring today to us.
Yeah, we'll have a look. Now, he's just played a move, bishop d6, and the computer has given this a question mark. Now, it's a developing move with the bishop. It's a very unusual move. The bishop really is pointing at a brick wall here against the fianchetto structure. A much more natural move in this position would just be to put the bishop on e7, or maybe play a move like, I don't know, knight c6 is fairly standard to try and maybe keep hold of this pawn. Bishop to d6 is a very unusual place for the bishop. So I'm very curious about this Catalan and what's going to happen. And it's actually, when you saw Aloma Vidal sit down there, he had a confused look, I think. Sorry, that's in this one here. Sorry, Vitohin is playing black here, bishop d6, not Isanzulov.
This Vitohin, and we have more moves.
Yeah.
Bishop d6 actually is not even online database that I am having right now on my computer. And white went after this one, knight to a3, going after c4 pawn right away, and black responded with a b5.
Wowzers. So this is preparation from Vitohin. There's no other way to describe it. You don't play these moves so quickly.
Ooh, oh, okay. Engine suggests really funny line. Let's take a look. A takes b5, a takes b5, knight to d4, hitting the rook on a8 and pawn on b5. And here, Engine says, capture that knight on a3 with the rook. And when pawn takes a3, go for bishop to e5 to hit the knight on d4. And oh my god, this is getting really crazy. Knight c6.
Yeah.
Knight takes c6, a bishop takes c6, and bishop to d7. These pieces can be traded, and rook to b1, and black just castles here. And there is a slightly advantage here for white, but not too much.
Really? Because I can tell you, no player would ever enter this as black.
Yeah.
Looking at this position here, you're an exchange down. It's absolutely not clear to me that you have sufficient compensation here as black at all. And I see no universe where black does that.
My question is like a takes b5, a takes b5, knight d4 is such a forcing move, right? What are you going to do here after knight d4?
Well, I think he probably has to go for this because this is absolutely crazy. There's no other move, right? Because
is there knight d5?
Well, you can go knight d5, but now I can play at the worst knight d takes b5. And I've won my pawn back, and you've got these doubled pawns. And why isn't this just really good for white? This just looks excellent for white.
So curious what Sava has prepared here.
I mean,
for us and for his opponent. His opponent, Robert, being right now, Robert Vidal Loma, the international master from Spain. He's in
deep thought, yeah. But as I say, I'm not convinced by this. Knight d4 is very findable as well. I mean, these moves are not difficult. So that could be a very interesting game. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's move to board 5. We've got Travadon against an Indian Grandmaster. First time we mentioned this name, Anwish. And, well, we have what looks like some kind of Spanish. The Spanish is making an appearance this tournament with an early b5 and an early d6, an anti-martial with a4 and bishop d7. So this has been played thousands of times. This is not a new position. White tends to go c3 here. You can also play with d3. You don't have to play with c3. c3 is a bit more... it's a bit more common. The issue with d3 is sometimes you get hit by a knight a5. Now that the rook is covered, taking here there is no pin, so you can get hit by this, and after bishop a2, b4, this is, knight bd2, c5 is a very standard way of playing this position. We're in the beginning of theory basically here, so let's see how much these guys know. Let's move on to board 6 now. This is a very exciting position, because I can see out the corner of my eye that we've got a classic Ketty. And everybody watching this now, I want you to pay attention.
I have my pen and notes
ready.
You
take your pen. Now, we'll go from the start. So this is starts off as a Slav, Fianchetto Slav, with knight to e5. White takes advantage of the fact that there's no pin. The bishop goes to f5, and now an early queen b3 targeting this pawn. The black queen comes out to b6, fairly standard. C takes d5. Okay, now black plays the move knight takes d5. There is another move in this position, which is what happens if you exchange queens. Queen takes pawn, and pawn takes here. Now, it looks as though in this position, black has got two natural moves to take on d5, right? Some way. Both of these moves are playable. Knight takes d5 and c takes. However, there is another move here, which is the move bishop to e4. Which the idea is you're trying to inconvenience white, and if white moves the rook, which is not great, you can now take back on d5 with the bishop and hit this pawn. So this looks like a very clever move. However, it runs into a nasty, nasty trick, because in this position, white can play the move d takes c6.
Oh, wait a moment. There was a game recently. Was it Caruana?
I think Fabi had a game here,
Yeah.
yeah. And if you take the rook on h1, this move loses to the unbelievable
Oh my goodness.
tactic, rook takes a7. Look at this. The point is that, well, you're threatening the rook. You're a rook down, but if you win that, it's going to be over. The only move that exists is rook takes a7, and now the move c7. And there is nothing you can do to stop the queening of this pawn. And this happened in a Caruana game. I think it was a blitz game, but I can't remember.
I even remember how he was giggling
Yeah.
during the game. It was live. Let me quickly check if I can find that one. It was like top guys.
Yeah.
Both of them.
So what that means is that after queen takes b3, a takes b3, you have to take back on d5. Let's say the move knight takes d5. And I guess that in this position here, knight c3 looks playable to me, with the idea that if knight b4, this looks very annoying, but you can play a move like rook a4, attacking the knight. If the knight checks you, you can move the king over to d1. The rook is protecting here. Does b5 exist here? It might do. Things are getting completely out of control again. Yeah, this move might just save the day for black. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not absolutely certain that you're supposed to go knight c3 here. Another way is just to put the knight on a3, for example, and you cover this square, e6, and maybe play with f3 to try and get this big center with e4. Also, if there's ever a check, you can just block. You can even move the king to f2. Both moves look okay.
Oh, it was against Firouzja. It was against Firouzja.
Yeah, so Caruana Firouzja went like this.
Yeah.
And then Fabi hit him with the rook takes a7. Beautiful stuff. However, that didn't happen in today's game. In today's game, we had cd5, knight d5 immediately, bishop to g2, and now there was a trade. Knight b4 and knight a3. So we actually get something similar to what I was just looking at. The knight now very handily covers here. Black is Edward Song, by the way, the giant killer from yesterday. Who, you know, Edward.
It's actually a funny guy. Like at the dinner, I noticed that he was enjoying very much his dinner after the toughest game, and he was also chatty, very happy, smiling a lot, and he was actually receiving our compliments. Right?
Of course, yeah. I mean, he as he should. You know, he deserves all the compliments there because it's you know.
Yeah, and also remember last part of the game when the opponent resigned, Kirill Alisenko. He was smiling. He was so happy.
Yeah.
He was looking around. It was really beautiful moments of Edward Song, and hopefully he's gonna have many more moments like that.
He's got an opportunity this tour. There's a long way to go. There's 10 rounds, but there is an opportunity to get a GM norm here. When you're on 3 out of 3 and you beat a 26-70, it's really the sort of tournament where you want to make it work. Today, anything but a loss is perfectly okay for him. So I hope that he's able to continue the good run. Let's move on to board 7. We have the game Hess against Aditya. Now, I don't know Aditya Arfan from, I think that's Indonesia.
Yes.
We have a very weird kind of King's Indian where black has not played e5 or c5. White has got the big space advantage, but black is saying, well, yes, but my bishop is alive. Not a big fan of playing like this as black. As somebody who's a King's Indian player, I think that you give white a bit too much here.
What is your favorite setup in King's Indian if you're playing this one with black?
If I'm playing black, what is my favorite setup?
Yeah, like e5, f5.
Oh yeah, I like the classical e5, f5 breaks. I also like playing sometimes with c5, getting more dragon-like positions. It depends on what my opponent does.
Yeah, I really love to play against
The King's Indian.
King's Indian, but I also like I've never played myself King's Indian, but I think this is really sharp opening. And what I have noticed, whatever we have King's Indian on the board, it never comes with a draw. It's always a decisive result, and that's the fun part of it.
Yeah, it's a wild opening. It really is. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, there's a long way to go. We're just at the beginning, and I'm curious. We do have some more boards, actually. It looks as though today we've got
we have a lot of boards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday we had only 8 boards working, but this is, guys, a huge festival. We have A and B group. We have 3 rooms, actually, with a lot of digital boards, and sometimes we have to just carry on and just use whatever we have. And today seems like we have all the boards.
Yeah, there's an error already with board 12, so we're going to ignore that. This is board 8, Jules Moussa.
Let's go there. We have them on the screen.
Yeah, there is Jules Moussa playing against Shamatava, who won yesterday, a very important game, beautiful endgame. And Jules playing white. And Shamatava has also gone for this g5 idea in an Italian, it looks like an Italian. I don't think it came from a Spanish. I'd be surprised. Well, I am surprised. Where do you play this g5 here? With an early bishop h4, bishop g5 like this. Yeah, this way of playing got very popular. Magnus likes to play with bishop g5 and park his bishop on g3. So we see a lot of Carlsen games. And I think Jules is very happy to see this from black because you do weaken some key squares and you need to know things really, really well here. Like, is white threatening h4 at some point? Maybe. Might just be a positional threat. Very curious to see how Shamatava plays this position. I'm not a fan of this setup as black. I think it's also this bishop is a bit misplaced for my... I don't like it, but we'll see. There's plenty of game.
Yeah, this is just a beginning, but let's take a look at the time situation. Black is actually thinking way too much here. Almost 10 minutes difference at this early stage of the game.
It's not a big deal. I mean, he's only used 10 minutes. He's probably played 10 moves. It's totally fine. He's not going to be in any trouble. We have moves on board 2, which was the game we didn't see, and we've got a very interesting position because Marc-Andrea, we've got a London system with an early queen b6. Now in this position here in the London, the main move is to play the move c3 to be able to meet queen b6 with queen b3. But we see Zhu decide to play knight bd2 first and queen b6 immediately. So now there is no queen b3 move available. But white just says, I'll protect my pawn with rook b1, and black plays bishop d7. And this is the position we have. So how can we proceed here with white? Well, there are various ways. You can, of course, just play with c3, classic London system, and develop the bishop to d3. I guess black will tease the idea of going bishop b5. For example, let's say bishop e7, bishop d3. Does black have the option now to try and trade off these light squared bishops? Looks like a very interesting move to me.
Yeah, looks good to get rid of the light square bishop, but I just wanted very quickly to say how beautiful this sunset was just a second ago, and there we go. Yeah,
that is not. I've got to be very careful with my head because the reflection might be serious. If I move over to the right, I could blind half the audience, which would not be good. So
look at this, it's such a beautiful view. It is 5 p.m.
Yes.
And we still have a sun. And we have a beautiful... Are you just going to cover it now?
Well, it's over this way, right? We'll see. If that lands on my head, look, you can see the shining already starting. So I might get some letters.
Wait, have my wig,
Yeah. So yeah, but it's beautiful.
Looks really, really beautiful place, guys. if you want to have some nice vacation and a chess tournament, if you want to meet also some of the really awesome chess players, this is a tournament that happens every year. Another tournament happens Formentera Island, very close to Ibiza. A lot of fun. Have been there and here, and very much recommend you.
Indeed. All right,
Okay.
let's continue our journey through the game. So this could go in any kind of way. We have had some moves on board one. Tal has decided that he wanted to set up with bishop b7 and the knight coming to a6. Very unusual square for the knight. The knight almost always comes to d7 in these lines, but he decides to put it on a6, probably because there's a knight b4 idea at the right moment. White plays knight c3 and c5. He immediately breaks with c5 here. And you know, these Catalan positions where you've got this, these 4 pawns here and all the possible trades and the tension, it really does take a lifetime to understand how best to play. Do you take on d5? Do you take on c5? Do you pass? What is the way here? For me, when I look at this position, the natural move actually is to take on c5 here, for me, because my rook is opposite the queen. Whether that is the best move or not, I don't know. But that's what my, my intuition tells me, that you would take here. And then probably black, well, you can take it with the knight, you can take with the pawn. Taking with the pawn looks kind of all right, but now maybe white would take on d5. And if you take on d5 here, you've got these classic hanging pawns. They look strong, but they're actually fundamentally very weak because they're very targetable along the semi-open files. So I'm not in love with Tal's setup unless he has a very specific idea, which I don't see. So, yeah, I think just white will be very happy after d takes c5. And there we can see Tin on the screen. Young guy, young grandmaster. Again, a grandmaster I'm not very familiar with.
Yeah, from Singapore, and we were talking yesterday about the influence of chess in Singapore after the World Championship match.
Yes.
We are very likely going to have several players becoming grandmasters or playing more and more tournaments abroad, so we can know them better. I'm thinking maybe we can take a look at the Ivanchuk's game and also Kirill Alisenko to check it out how they are doing today. Ivanchuk playing on the 21st. Okay, you have 21st,
22nd and
23rd, yeah.
23rd. Okay, this is Kirill's position first. Not much to say here. We've got a Sicilian Taimanov, very standard looking position. Ivanchuk's game, however, is much more important, and we are already very deep into this. He's playing Ruben Cole from France. Now, Ivanchuk is big favorite here. We have a French, which we saw a lot in the World Championship final. We have a classical French, f4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop to e3. So in this position, starting position of the classical French. Black now took. Now taking here is a move, but it's certainly not the only move. cd4, knight d4, and queen b6 is playable, and queen d2. And black does decide to take the pawn on b2. Now this is for me, you need to know this line inside out if you're going to play this with black. It's a well-known pawn sacrifice, rook b1, queen a3, and bishop b5. This has been played in loads of games. Takes is theory, as is a6, rook b3, queen back to e7. And now Ivanchuk maybe surprises his opponent. This looks like a surprise to me. I believe that the main move here was always bishop takes on d7, and bishop takes d7 is actually the move they tend to play. Not so much queen takes d7, although that's possible. With rook takes b7, I was always under the impression that this was the line, I thought it's been played like after Queen D8 a bunch of times at top level. But Ivanchuk almost certainly surprises his
He's
opponent.
inviting his opponent to play b5 to drop this bishop.
Well,
How
exactly.
dangerous it is. What happens after b5?
Well, that's what happened. He played b5.
Oh, question mark.
Yeah, it's probably
that.
not bad though, objectively. So the question is, so the idea is that Ivanchuk wants to sacrifice the piece. Now he's threatening knight c7 check. And here queen to d8 played by black, and now the move queen to c3 by Ivanchuk, threatening knight c7. So Ivanchuk sacrificed a piece, but with a clear threat, a clear idea. Again, he used his chess space earlier. I'm taking all the credit for it. And we have
He was preparing it.
this position here. Yeah, I mean, black basically only has one move here, right? You can only play the move queen a5. No other move makes sense, because knight c7 check's a threat. So what else are you supposed to do here? You have to play queen a5. You know,
Yeah.
there's no, yeah, I mean,
You can't do it. Like if you move your rook, first of all, where you really go with this rook, but like after knight c7 check, king has to go on e7, and there should be a checkmate. Maybe you're
mean-
starting with rook to b8 or bishop c5. Any of this move will just lose the game.
why isn't this mate actually? Oh, yeah, because there's a bishop on f8. By the way, the line I was
Such a
calculating,
natural move, and it's a blunder. You can.
I was looking at that, but of course that's not very good.
No.
So here, apparently, the best move is to go queen c6, threatening mate on d6, and that
Powerful.
is winning. That is actually winning. There's nothing you can do.
That's a powerful move.
Oh yeah, and importantly, f6 runs into queen takes e6, mate. Chess is amazing. So you have to go queen a5, and I think he played queen a5, right? I think he played queen
Let me
a5.
check. Yeah,
Um,
25.
And the point is now that after knight c7 check, you go king d8, and when you take the rook in the corner, again, there's no other real move that makes sense here. You take back, and we reach this position here. Now, I'll be very curious to see how deep Chucky has gone here with his preparation.
It is very interesting how much time Black has spent when he played b5. So I'm gonna just check it right now.
Yeah.
Bishop to a4. That was played pretty fast,
Yes.
and b5 has also played pretty fast. Oh wow!
Yes.
Yeah, they have not really spent too much of time for going there. I would be really scared if I know that Ivanchuk just played bishop to a4, sacrificing his piece. I think I would not go b5 here if I was playing with black. Like you can actually do anything else, but to play b5 in this position, I don't know, something like queen h4.
Yeah, you can go queen h4, but then after, yeah, you
Somewhere like queen h3 to stop.
no, I don't think you play, no, because, well, you can play like this, but then you have to know what to do after takes, rook takes b7. It's quite similar to some of the other main lines. It looks very, I mean, if you don't know what you're doing here as black, it looks quite dangerous to allow the rook there. But I think you can also go bishop f2 instead of g3. I wouldn't have gone g3 here because you don't want to create the weaknesses. So you drop with the bishop.
Let's say queen g4. To
Queen
go.
g4, yeah. And now
Perhaps castle.
you can castle. Yeah, I think you can castle. And you might get something similar. Yeah, bishop e7. But now, yeah, now you're getting chased away, h3. And you've got to be very careful because, yeah, there's a g4 here. And your queen is nearly trapped. I mean, knight takes d5 probably just wins here, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And
And
f5.
f5, yeah.
And your queen has got almost no squares. It can go to
There's no square.
h6, but you can take on d5, and black can't castle easily.
Oh, I love this position.
Yeah,
I love this
it's
position.
really, really strong.
Okay, that makes sense to take the challenge and to play b5 here, and at least to get a piece. So currently, this is the continuation of the game.
Yeah,
And
if this is on the board, then we've got this, and it'll also
This is on the board,
This
yeah.
is on the board.
Yeah.
So it'll also be interesting to see how deep Ivanchuk has gone with his prep here. Of course, he is 500 points higher rated than his opponent. We still expect him in a position that is so imbalanced where he can really try and make it work.
Have we take a look at the game of Kirill at the beginning? We did, right?
Yes, we have just a normal Sicilian, nothing to...
Yeah,
No.
we do have in this tournament the corner for streamers. Let's take a look at that area because this is actually a huge playing venue and we have several streamers broadcasting their own games. They have their own followers who are rooting for them, and I can see that there are plenty of them actually.
Do we have a video? Do we have video access to the streamer corner? Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. I'm not sure.
We do have it. We just need to go there.
Maybe we can. Yeah, we can see if we can do that. Yeah, as we said yesterday, there's a streamer corner where some of chess's most well-known streamers are here. Not the top tier, I would say, streamers. There's no Botes sisters here, and there's certainly no...
we actually have them in Formentera.
The Botes sisters?
Yeah.
They're coming to Formentera next year?
Yeah, you missed that.
I didn't know that. There we go.
Okay, we have them.
And you can see the little, I think that's the Twitch
That's the
symbol.
Twitch corner, because
Yeah.
most of them are streaming on Twitch or on YouTube, and we can actually shout out to these players. On the screen we can see the streamer Hannah I don't know, I better know, says she came all the way from Australia
Wow.
to play this tournament and to stream. So she's a streamer. Her opponent is Bernd Scooter from Germany.
Okay.
And we can see that she is having her phone over there and streaming.
And there look, there's our guy.
Yeah, our producer.
Our producer.
That's why we're late to go to the streamers corner. Another streamer, the same side. We have, actually, I've never heard, I know a lot of streamers, right? Because I was myself streaming. But this one, I don't really know. So guys, if you know, let us know in the chat. Who is that? Next board.
We've got Jules. I
Yeah.
recognize her. Jules on the left side there.
Yeah, Jules was here last year as well. Let's talk. Yeah, Julia Schulman.
Julia Schulman.
She is from US, and her current FIDE rating is 1850, which is quite impressive. Her opponent today is from Spain, 1900, Delgado Montanes Jose Antonio. And Jules is having white pieces. And what is really interesting about Jules and also about Hannah, they have started to play chess intensively ever since COVID and Queen's Gambit. They played earlier, but then have a break, and then they came back and what's happening
They're
there?
opening the windows.
They're opening the windows as the sun is going down now. It's not that light bright there probably, and we can see that people are walking on the beach as well. So beautiful. I love to have venues like that. It calms you down so much when you have an intensive game. Something like that really helps me to, calm my nerves down. And on the back we can see Lille in her red hair. She likes red color actually, and we can easily recognize her from Georgia. Lille is actually quite strong chess player. And as I mentioned yesterday, it is quite tough to stream and to play at the same time. But she's doing that great. And yeah, her opponent, we're zooming to her board. She's having black pieces. I remember when I was streaming at Formentera, my opponents were so well prepared, well dressed.
Got to look good for the camera.
Yes, was so sweet, actually. It was really, really sweet thing. Her opponent today is from Spain, Vargas Carlos, 1900, and Lila herself has 2100 FIDE rating. And as I said, all Georgians are quite underrated, and you have to count it plus 200 at least. So she is trying to get her Women International Master norms. And I'm sure she has a lot of followers, and yeah, a lot of people are enjoying her stream. So yeah, this is our streamers corner, which is pretty nice to have dedicated area for them where you can put the cameras, chargers, and don't bother other players, and also you will not be bothered. So yeah, that's pretty nice. But also, like according to the rules, they have to ask their opponents if they are fine to be recorded.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes. The sun is also just about to disappear behind the sea. You can see it.
That's so small.
So no issues with reflections.
Not anymore. That's right. Oh, you know what I love about this tournament?
Yes.
That we are starting at 4:30.
Yes.
And we have like so many hours in the morning to enjoy this beautiful place.
Yes, that's true.
I love that.
Yeah. I remember also playing in Mallorca as well, tournaments where the round started at 8 in the evening.
Oh, wow.
So you had the whole day, you could go to the beach, you could, if you went with your partner who is not a chess player, you could enjoy together basically a whole day. You go and play chess, and then you do stuff in the evening as well. Absolutely perfect. Miss those days. Let's go back, shall we? Let's go back, because we've had some moves, especially on board 2. I'm very interested in Zhu against Maurizi. We last saw it here after Queen b6, and I mentioned that you could go c3, but after Bishop d7, sorry, you could go c3, you could play more standard London, but I like what Zhu has done. He's taken on c5, bishop takes c5, and now pawn to b4, utilizing this rook. You cannot take the pawn on b4. This is a huge blunder, because the move c3 would pin and win, so you can't do that. And if you go back with the bishop as played, then the move pawn to b5 can be played. This is a very interesting concept. I don't know objectively how good it is, but I kind of like it. It feels very creative. The point is that this pawn is stifling the development of the black knight on b8. And it's not completely clear how black is supposed to complete development here.
Right.
Meanwhile, white can just get on with bishop d3, castles. He's got e5 and d4 squares. There's also an idea of going c4 at the right moment. I actually really like it. I like the idea. And I'm very curious to see how Marc-Andrea deals with this, because this is not straightforward. I mean, the moves don't come here naturally to me at all for black. You have to try and get this bishop out of the way. Maybe you have to castle, put the rook on c8, something like that. Put the bishop back on e8, and then put the knight on d7, something like that. But you need to be a bit creative with it. So I'm not totally sure.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
This can be another shaky start. Shall we check back to our guys, Edward Song, how he's doing against Lukas Lech? They had really interesting position, and I've checked some very funny line there.
Yeah.
I think they have made a couple more moves, or this is the current position.
Well, we last saw it after knight a3. So
okay, I can tell then the moves. Bishop c2 have been played.
Bishop c2, wow.
To hit the pawn on b3.
That is not a move you see every day.
And this is actually a bit inaccuracy, and white is taking here some time to think. I just wondered what was the problem with this move, and got a very interesting idea.
Okay.
Bishop d2, hitting the knight. Obviously you cannot take this knight back on d5 or a6 because the bishop on c2 is hanging, so you have to play knight b8 to a6.
The move e6 might exist as well, by the way. Because
it kind of goes to the, because after this one you have knight b5.
Knight b5.
Yeah. If you take this knight, bishop to b7, and then you have to, give up your rook.
Wow.
Or you
okay.
have to play knight b to a6, and it actually transposes to the line that I would like to show.
Okay, knight b to
Yeah.
a6.
Here, anyway, white goes with knight b5.
That's very
Look at
nice.
that. Nasty move. If you take this knight, I take the pawn on b7, rook is hanging, knight is hanging on a6, and best of the luck to
And
survive there.
There's sometimes there's
Yeah.
a bishop c6 as well. Mhm.
Yeah. So instead of taking on b5, black can just carry on and play e6.
Yes.
And now the best move for white is just a castle and prepare for a strong attack now. Let's say bishop e7, some passing
Okay.
move. Now we can start to take the pieces and take the knight on b4. So if you take it back with a knight, you have to watch out for knight to c7. And if you take with the bishop, you can play knight c6, you can play rook a6. Things like a black's position is collapsing here.
I love it. Yeah, look, the move bishop c2 fundamentally looks wrong to me. Edward probably knows in his heart as well that this move is wrong. I would never play this move in a million years as black. It's just, when it looks so wrong, normally there's a reason for that. Just going after this pawn, hunting this pawn, wasting all that time, while white has got ideas like bishop d2, as you said, and then some knight b5. Very, very skeptical about this idea. I would be shocked to see this on the board. I mean, black should just get developed here. Or black should just play some kind of... But he's already, he's already lagging behind here, and maybe he felt that white was just going to have a very easy game if he did something normal like e6. I'm not sure. But I really like white's chances in that game, by the way. Really, really like white's chances. All right. Well, we're an hour into the round. We're going to take our traditional hourly break. So long way to go. All games, of course, just getting out of the opening. It's round 4 of the Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. Lots of interesting games developing. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes with more of round 4.
Coming back from the first break into the round 4, all the games in action. Here we have the playing venue of the Group A, all the top boards marked as VIP boards, which means that we have top boards, plus some of the players who might lost, but still have to play on the board where the rest of the players can just look and witness their games. Well, in the studio we are Katty and Lawrence, and we are bringing all the actions to you guys. Lawrence, which game is the one that you want to take a look at first?
Well, I think we should just go to board 1. We've got the game between Tin and Ivanchuk, and I mentioned before the break that we had this very interesting moment where, you know, we see it so often in these queen's pawn games. We've got these 4 pawns facing off, and I think what Tin has done is absolutely right. He's taken on c5 first, which I mentioned was the most natural move, and he's taken on d5 and given black a pair of hanging pawns. I mentioned these pawns are very weak. They look like they're strong because they're together and connected, but they are actually big targets. You can see the pawn on d5, just how many pieces the white pieces can crowd it. Now in this position here, Tin actually surprised me. He plays a move which looks very interesting, but it looks maybe a bit premature, the move knight h4. The idea of this move is to uncover, of course, an attack against d5, and also to try and bring the knight to f5. So it's a multi-purpose move that looks perfectly normal. However, black is now able to throw in the move knight to b4, where you guard the d-pawn and gain a tempo, hitting the queen. The white queen will almost certainly slide back to b1, and this is where Tal actually has to play very precisely, otherwise he could get in some trouble. I expect him to play the move queen to c8 here. The idea of this move is that you protect the bishop, which is very important in some lines, and after knight to f5, you can now play the move rook to e8, guarding your bishop. You're going to then slide your bishop back. Most players here would probably play the move pawn to a3. But can black now get away with a move like pawn to d4? Things are getting extremely, chaotic all of a sudden.
Which player are you? The one who likes to play with hanging pawns or without?
No.
Against hanging pawns?
I like playing against hanging pawns.
Yeah, me too.
But things are going to get quite mad here actually after this move, which is really good for us. I fully expect this to start to get a little bit crazy actually, which is great.
Well, Tin is taking a lot of time from his clerk. I think he has even less time than we have on the board, about 40 minutes. Well, we can actually leave him enjoy his cup of tea and this position and go forward to the next one.
Let's go.
We have a lot of moves.
Yeah, let's go to board 3 where we've got.
Actually, board 2 is very interesting. We have to go there.
Board 2.
Yeah.
Something happened. Okay.
Yeah.
So we saw this b5, castles, bishop d3, and he did exactly what I said, Ketty. So he moved the rook out the way, and then moved the bishop out the way in order to complete development. I like this a lot. And the knight is going to end up on c5. He's going to target this bishop on d3. And actually, Maurizi can start fighting for an advantage here, because if the knight is able to trade itself for this bishop on d3, suddenly I think that, well, you're going to have the 2 bishops. And this bishop on e8 will always be looking at this pawn. You'll have the c-file. Looks very good.
Well, White actually decided to shake up a little bit things and played e4 in this position.
Which one?
e4.
Ah, he played e4 here.
Black decided to take the pawn on e4 and knight to e4 is currently the position.
Well, I think there are lots of moves here. Of course, you can just play knight bd7. You can also think about this move knight d5, gaining a tempo on this bishop, asking this bishop a question. Because if you slide the bishop to g3, it feels like you're going to get hit somewhere on the diagonal. The computer hates this move. A move like queen a5 check You can't even block with this knight. You can't block with the queen because of bishop b4. You would have to block with this knight on f3, but your pieces are starting to look just a little bit strange. And actually, you can even trap a knight in the middle of the board with the move f5. This is a...
Yeah, looks really, really bad for white.
Yeah, this just looks bad.
Especially king still being in the center and black's pieces being so active. So Mark Andrea is in a very good shape in this tournament.
He's in great shape.
Having pretty nice positions all the time. And we still remember his beautiful play in Sicilian yesterday when he just sacrificed all the pieces to checkmate his opponent. Okay, let's go forward and check out the next game, the board 3.
Yes.
Let's see what updates we have, some trades, and white actually decided to fianchetto the bishop on g2 in this structure, which is quite unusual, right? Usually you go with bishop d3 here and castle and trying to just get the knight on e5, but white decided to spend one more tempo here to have this bishop on the h1 e8 diagonal. And here we have another position with hanging pawns. Oh, I like this position for white. Now we want to jump knight f5. The pawn on d5 is hanging, very active pieces.
Yeah, I love this for white. What he's done with the knights, the knight coming to f5 looks absolutely lovely. The pawns, as Ketty said, more hanging pawns on d5 and c5. White structure is beautiful. This is the sort of position that you're right. Probably looks better than it objectively is. Probably black is doing okay. Some move like bishop e5, for example, looks fairly standard here for black just to trade off a pair of bishops. So I don't completely buy that this is great for white, but it's interesting nonetheless. So I'm very curious to see how that all pans out, basically. Looks very, very interesting.
All right, let's go to the next board, board 4. Very interesting position.
Yes, this one was very, very interesting, wasn't it? Because we had knight a3, b5, takes, and he did play your move knight e4, and rook a5 by Sava Vitokin. And, I mean, he spent 14 minutes on his move, so he was already out of book. And he's given up a whole pawn. Knight takes b5.
Bishop a6 happened.
Bishop a6.
Gave up
White
the
took,
bishop as well.
Took. And now I love this move by Vidal, b4. Hitting the rook. The rook, you kind of have to take this pawn on b3. C takes b3. And you just got to be careful that after queen takes b3, there's no bishop takes e2. So can you throw in the move d3?
He played d3, actually.
He played d3. And I have to say, I think Vitokin has got some problems here. He's not a pawn down, but let's say he castles after queen takes b3, the dust has settled, and white has got two bishops on a very open board. Black's pieces on the queen side aren't really working. You're going to gain time hitting the rook, or you can put the bishop here.
Yeah, this pair of bishop advantage here can be quite visible. The question, what happens if black halts on this pawn and plays instead of castle? Queen to b6. Yeah. What is the idea here for white?
You can hit the queen with tempo. This is the problem. And queen b4 runs into bishop d2. You can't actually put the queen anywhere. There's no squares for it because of this bishop. So you can't actually hold on to the pawn here. There's no physical way to do it. So almost every player here would just castle. And after queen takes b3, now decide what he wants to do. Not straightforward. Let's say black just plays knight bd7, a normal developing move. You go bishop d2 and suddenly it's like...
Yeah, these pieces are just...
Where are you going to put this rook? On h5? It looks ridiculous there. It also looks strange on b4. There's bishop b4, for example. I'm already starting to lose material here as black. This is very, very bad. I think Vidal has got great chances in the game today. really good chances.
I agree with that, and I'm quite surprised of the decision that Sava made here at the very beginning in this opening. Moving forward to the
Yes.
next position, I would suggest to skip one game here and
Yes.
go directly to the board 6, where we had quite nice setup, and also we said that we want to keep the eye on Edward Song, how he would proceed in the whole tournament. At this point, he played a weird move, bishop to c2.
Yes.
According to the engine, bishop d2 is the best move and white could get the advantage. But instead of this, after long thought, white decided to play king to d2.
Yeah, it's given us a blunder here by the machine. The reason for that is probably not because the move itself is a blunder, but because
You missed a
he
chance
missed
to win.
a chance
Yeah.
to get a great position.
Yeah, exactly.
So king d2. So what does black do here?
You can take the pawn on b3.
And if king c3, I think that's his idea.
Okay, let's see. Takes here. It's
Bishop
crazy.
d5, e4.
Crazy. Can I give a check?
Yeah, you can give a check. King c, now how
King's
do
a two knight before.
King c2, knight b4, and back it's a draw.
Yep.
And after knight e2, I can't take that knight. It's possible.
Here.
Yes, and play
And then
b3.
play
But we're going to get a position where you get like, I don't know. Can you go a5? I'm a bit worried.
I was thinking also this.
Yeah, knight a6,
possibility.
just bishop
This
and
one
bishop d2.
and this one.
Yes, that looks bad for white.
Yeah, or seems like there's even better move than this.
What about
f65.
f6? I'm probably going to put the knight on d3. I think I want the knight on d3 because it covers b4. It feels like I am going to win that bishop. Like with really accurate play, I win that bishop. Yeah, I can go king b2 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're trying
I'm trying.
to keep, but bishop d2,
I'm trying to survive.
f6. Yeah, I've got knight c4, knight d6 check. I mean, it's getting very, very messy, right?
Yeah.
It's getting very, very messy. Yeah, I don't think any of this is going to happen. King d2 is interesting. Now, I don't know what the best move for black is here. After king d2. It might just be it might just force a draw, actually. That line, that might be the best line, because going back is ridiculous.
Yeah, because you have always this knight b5 idea.
Yeah. Yeah, so bishop e3, king c3, bishop d5, e4, knight a2, and some draw. That would be quite shocking, actually.
Which one?
The line we just looked at, exactly. That would actually be shocking to me.
Kind of also forcing, because like if you play king back to d2, then I'm gonna get this bishop back on b3 and you cannot get closer to my pieces. I played next move e6, bishop e4.
But this construction is incredible.
Love it. This one, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is just, this
Look
is
at
so
this.
unusual.
Yeah, somehow white's pieces are just also stuck there.
So unusual.
maybe you should just take a draw here.
I think you should take a draw here as black. Also, with the tournament situation, I think 3.5 out of 4, you get a draw with black against, again, an IM who's higher rated than you. Like, if you're thinking about a GM norm, this is a really good draw.
Yeah, and another thing is like, a lot of people are saying that chess is not a physical sport. It's not a sport, but like, to be honest, the amount of energy Edward and Kirill Alisenko put yesterday in that game, and so much nerves they put. You need a good sleep and then good food as well to recover all those energy. And I kind of had a feeling that Edward played these passive moves today because of the influence of yesterday's game. You are getting really exhausted after a long game, and to take it easy in a long round tournament, a long open tournament, I think it's just fine.
Absolutely fine. If he can find the forced draw there, I would go for that. We'll take a look. Let's move on with some other games from the top, and I'll say that Max Hess on board 7 against Aditya. This looks fantastic for white. I mean, maybe I'm being biased here, but this position after Queen D2 this feels like a bit of a dream position for white in these King's Indian structures, because you've got the space. If C takes D5, you can just go E takes D5. And what is black supposed to do here? Maybe it's not that bad. Like maybe you can take go rook C8, bishop A2, and knight B6 to try and come to C4. Is that what black wants? But now bishop H6 looks very logical, and if knight C4, you can trade, you can take on G7, and we get a position like this. Now, I actually commentated at the London Chess Classic last week, and there was a game, yes, and there was a game of Mickey Adams. Mm-hmm. Mickey Adams was playing against Shreyas Royal, the young English grammar. Yeah. And there was a very, very similar structure where Mickey, it's not quite the same, but the domination along the E-file and the pressure, it was just superb to watch. I highly recommend that. I'm going to use that game a lot in my lessons.
Have you guys had Magnus Carlsen in that event?
In London?
Yeah.
Oh, many times.
No, I mean this year.
Oh, no, he just came for the closing dinner. But he didn't actually
but I saw the game.
He played a blitz game in the closing dinner, but he just came as a visitor. Mm. But he's played many times.
Oh, yeah.
But this position just looks very, very pleasant to me for white. I mean, you go rook E3, rook E1, mm-hmm. You go, B3. This bishop, how does it ever get in the game? As long as you don't blunder the 5 pawn, I think you're better. So, I mean, stylistically, I just don't play like this as black. So we'll see how Aditya decides to
let's go to the board, which might actually end as a first game in this playing venue. Board 25, Joseph Giral against Ivan Montes. A very sharp position, starting from the very beginning, but they have already played a couple more moves.
So what have they done after here?
You don't have moves?
No.
All right. Then you have to count on me. Rook G5, right?
Yes.
Queen E8 is there. Knight D5,
Makes
hitting
sense.
the pawn on C7. And black decided to play H6. Mm-hmm. And white took the pawn on H7, hitting the queen. Queen F7. And this is a position where a lot of things pieces are hanging, right? Rook on G5, rook on A8, knight on C7. And white has a lot of time on the clock, and also quite nice position to win.
Well, I think white should just take the bishop, right? Take the bishop, take the rook, and say, am I not just a pawn up? Isn't this... You can even...
Take another pawn.
Yeah, you'd have to think about it because you give away some squares, but probably this is good for white because you're hitting the rook with the tempo. What are we up? 2 pawns? Yeah, not a particularly good position for black here. I mean, Giral should win. I think we should go to the Ivanchuk game because that was very exciting. Now, we last saw queen takes A8. Now, in this position here, Ivanchuk spent 20 minutes on his move, which is normal for Vasily. He likes to do these things.
He likes to do this, yeah.
Yeah, king D2. The queen came to A4, looks normal, and rook H to B1. So white's pieces are all now firmly lined up on the queen side. So the question is, how is black going to get some pieces into the game? And
that's a good question, but also, like, just because you have lost the right to castle, it's going to take forever for this rook from H8 to get into the game. Something like
Yeah.
bishop e7.
Okay, yeah, bishop e7 looks totally normal. And now, has white got...
Well, actually got some nice tactic here, right?
tactic?
Giving up
Why
the
does that
exchange.
work?
Takes.
No, takes. I think
You have
go,
a check.
I think the idea is after rook b8, knight to b6, you play the intermezzo bishop b6 check.
Oof.
And it's mate. Look at this. This is unbelievable. If king d7, I go queen c7, and I eat all your pieces. And if you go king e8, it's the same thing. I just eat on c8. That is mate.
Oh my God! Look at this view we have here. Such a beautiful
Overhead.
picture. Because, like, oh, I just realized who's his opponent, Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk already plays in the seniors category.
Yes.
He's 55, and his opponent is so young. Let me check very quickly. How old is he? I have noticed him yesterday, actually, because he's quite young. He looks quite young. So he's 11 years old. Oh,
Wow.
wow. 55 years old, Vasily Ivanchuk against 11 years old Ruben Calls. Wow, look at this. This is very interesting. Chess is interesting just because of this. Because at any age, you can still play at the best level and have any edge of the opponent. Wow. Beautiful.
11 years old. Yeah, I mean, and he's playing very well until this point. And in fact, I think we have another move here. I think black played the move bishop to a6. And Ivanchuk now deep in thought. And the bishop a6. This is very interesting. And Ivanchuk with his classic pose. If you've watched Ivanchuk over the years, you'll know that he likes to play with his eyebrows, play with his nose. He's got these big, bushy eyebrows. And there's always one eyebrow that he used to play with.
Yeah.
I remember just playing with it. He's a very peculiar guy, but he's a very nice guy, and he's been an asset for the game of chess. He's not a...
Yeah.
He's not a
You
conventional...
know what he asked me today? I have met him at lots of tournaments, and we have even talked. I have interviewed him, and yeah, like we had a conversation that he also knows my name. And today he asks me at the breakfast, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "Oh my goodness."
He didn't know where you were from.
No, but I know about him that he can be very open to you. He can talk to you about a lot of things. He can ask you also personal things, and the next day he can just ignore you, like he doesn't know you at all. And that happened I know that happened to many players too, and it was just fine for me. But yeah. I don't know. Like we had the same flight and the same taxi. We shared the taxi too, and we talked a lot on the way. And today he asked me this question. So very often he is very busy to think about the chess games, and he just disconnects.
Yeah, he's a very interesting character. By the way, his position actually looks very good after bishop a6, because he can play the move rook b7 here. This is a very, very strong move. The idea is that after bishop takes rook, rook takes bishop, you've given up a piece, but the threat of queen c7 check is actually unstoppable. There's no way to prevent queen c7 check. And if you can't really allow that check to land, for example, here it's already mate after something like this, and bishop c5 is checkmate. So the only move after rook takes b7 would be bishop a3 to be able to walk the king. But now you've got the very simple, you can play bishop b6 check. You can just play rook a7 here as well. Just lining up the rook against the queen and bishop, and you're going to be a pawn up after everything all is said and done, and that is more than enough for somebody of Ivanchuk's quality. So Ivanchuk, if he finds rook b7, he's going to win that game. Simple as that. Vidal did play d3, which is really good in his game. D3, knight bd7. And now bishop to d2. And this rook of Vitokin is just terrible. He's going to have to put it on like e5. I've never really seen a rook here in my life. Like bishop f4 now, and I can even take on d6. It's a sort of position that you can actually lose very quickly. And Aloma Vidal has got, for the first time, well, in this position today, a very, very serious opportunity. He's got a very, very serious chance here for a big upset, which the Spanish locals would absolutely love. In the Musar game, we haven't looked at this for a while. The Musar game, we last saw it after knight bd2, black played queen d7, white played a4, very standard, rook to b8, there was a trade on b5, and now knight f1. Looking to relocate the knight to e3, makes total sense, king f8 and knight to e3. Totally normal stuff, hitting the bishop, and after bishop h5, castles, we have a position, this position here. So I would say that I think black is very unhappy.
Why? What makes you think? Look at him. He's chilling there. He's thinking. His position is equal. Playing against 2600. Why is unhappy?
Well, is it equal though? Because why is it equal? I mean, I look at this position from a strategic point of view and I think, yikes, this is horrible for black.
No, I don't agree with that. No.
Big hole on f5, so you can't...
I played king g7. I played... First I chopped this knight here on e3.
You want to take the knight first?
Of course. Because I know what's your next move.
But look, now you...
I play king to g7.
Okay. I don't know, probably I move my queen out the way to c2 to play d4.
Now I play rook a8, just trade all the pieces on the board.
Rook a8?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll probably take once and go d4,
too.
I guess.
Is there any move like... Oh, the drop. It drops,
I could be blundering bishop g6 here, which wouldn't surprise me. And my pawn is actually very weak, so I better not blunder that. Not an easy position, for sure. I would still take white.
Here, actually.
You like black?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not so convinced.
I have open a file, let's say. I also have some sort of moves like knight e7, knight g6, knight g4.
But they're all kind of just
I'm so bad actually in this position.
Why you? I don't think you're that bad. I just think...
Or maybe I can do something like knight a5, c5, c4 to weaken the e4 pawn.
You're going to run into a tactic. For example, after h3, knight a5, I'm pretty sure knight takes e5 should work in a lot of positions. Somehow you've got some rook a6 holding on for dear life, but you have to get very lucky to hold on here. So yeah, I'm just not a fan. I mean, you've got holes. You have to give up the bishop. Bishop takes e3 is a really difficult move to play, because you've played g5 and you open up the f-file. It's really difficult to play this move.
Bishop e3?
Bishop takes e3 is a difficult move to play.
Well, like, to be honest, king g7 is such a natural move, but it falls for knight f5.
Even that,
so
king h7, is that the end of...
Either you play here bishop g6 to stop that happening, or you can just take this knight on e3. And basically your bishop is not that strong piece anymore. I think knight is doing much better job on e3, controlling f5, d5 squares. So
yes.
Yeah, bishop, if you play this opening, it's quite easy to find a move like bishop e3. But also bishop g6 is just fine move here. Waiting. Oh, black just made a move. He played something on the queen side. What is that?
He made a move. I'm not too sure, but it's very interesting. I mean, we'll see. A lot can happen there. But if I had to make a bet, it would definitely be on
Shall we find a move of Li Di? He has very, very interesting
Li Di.
position.
Okay. Wow. Board 9 Li Di. And there's an attack here on the c7 knight.
This is the last move you have, because I think they have different position currently.
Okay,
this is
yeah,
the
this is the
one,
last
right?
move, yeah.
Okay, it's bishop f4. So after that, bishop d6 happened, queen e3, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, rook d4, hitting the queen and the pawn. Queen went to e5, rook take the pawn on c4, and white goes with rook to d1. And we can see the evaluation bar, it goes all the way up, gives white a big advantage.
Yeah, looks really, really good for white. He is currently just dominating the d file. The queen is very, very good on e5. The bishop is very good on g2. Black's pieces are not really coordinating very well. It's very difficult to suggest like even what black is supposed to do next. There's even some issue with just, is the move b3 a threat at some point, kicking this rook away and then just winning a pawn. I think this position is critically bad for black, intuitively. I wouldn't even be surprised if this position is just losing. Straight up losing.
Right, look at also the time situation, one hour for white, and black has thought so much to reach this point. Very often you can easily guess the evaluation of the position and how the players are feeling just by judging the clock, right? When you have a difficult position, you just spend so much time.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if black burnt even more time here. But the problem is there's just no way here as black. There's just really no moves, no good moves here. I would actually say that the position is just as close to being lost as
yeah. You know,
possible.
I was just checking where he spent so much time, and that is actually on move 6. I'm
Yes.
just gonna take this position all the way back. So this is the first time when
Yes.
black thought for this move knight to d7 for 16 minutes, and you can see the question mark
Awful
there.
move.
Very often when you think too much, that you are making the worst decision, right?
Really
and the
bad.
next time he thought a lot was in
This
few
move
minutes.
is so okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean it's just it feels wrong, right? The move just feels.
Yeah, the problem is that this is hanging, right?
It's an unusual opening. Like it's a.
So he had to play
Yeah,
this one.
and he probably didn't want to allow takes.
Yeah.
But this is okay.
It's okay to give up
Yes.
pawn structure to get the bishop. But instead of this, he decided to play knight to d7. And then another time he thought so much was the castle here. Another 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Quite heavy
Too long.
start, right?
Too long. Too much time spent
Yeah.
on moves that you know you're going to play.
Yeah. Okay, we can actually take a look at the other games.
Okay.
Which game is the one that you actually like today the most?
I love Vidal's game. I think he's doing great, but we've looked at that already. I think the tin game against Ivanchuk can get very, very exciting, and that's starting to brew quite nicely. I think that the Musa game as well could get very exciting. That's about it. Of course, we could go through 50 boards today, but we're trying to keep it to the top boards. Alexenko, let's quickly check in with him.
Let's do that. I found actually a very interesting game, but let me check which board is that.
Alexenko, in the meantime, has got this position against a French player, Joachim. And position looks okay for black. I mean, if I'm black here, can I play the move knight h4, attacking this bishop? Looks very, very decent to me. Like, why is black worse? I guess he's trying to calculate knight d6, but you just take, and then you take with check, so that just doesn't work. This is all very strange. This is all very, very strange. I think I would even take black here, to be honest. And Kirill is just not having a good time, right? He's really struggling. Well, black didn't, he castled. So let's see. Castles can't be bad. How bad can this position be? And Kirill very quickly... What did he do? Rook c1 is not possible.
I'm gonna check that.
That cannot be the moves.
So he played rook a.
So bishop f4.
So after the
He did go knight h4.
yeah, knight h4 happened.
He played
Bishop
knight
g3.
h4. Yes.
Knight takes the bishop, queen
Yes.
takes the bishop,
Yes.
castle, and rook to d1. And this is
Yes.
the life position.
Okay. Well, again, looks acceptable for black. Bit of a space advantage here for white, though, which is a bit annoying. Not
Yeah, yeah, true. I like actually some moves like rook d4, rook d1, and then to get rid of this pin and just jump knight to d4 or knight to d6 there. Or even to try to make knight f6 check work somehow. Can be some tactical motives on that side.
Yeah, trying to get in some jumps makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, interesting game. Shall we take a look on board 24? Paul Veltern, who actually lost yesterday
Yeah, he had a very
against
difficult game.
Shamatava, and he is playing today against Iran Listinger on board 24. They have a very interesting situation.
Yeah, please do.
I'm gonna
Please
just
have a look at that.
scroll down a little bit.
Number 24,
This
right?
is
This is
not-
what we looked. Sorry, we looked at
this-
the
yeah.
one up. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
this is actually the game, and I'm gonna take you
Please, yeah.
from the beginning. It was quite interesting. Okay, let's do like that.
Please.
So white went 1e4, and we have the Sicilian, and we have another dragon bishop in this game. So white started to play g4 without castling long, and then look at this sharp position. Castle now sacrificing the pawn on g4. I'll just show a little bit what happens if black takes on g4. You can, I think, just go
Of course you
h5
can.
here. Can we take on h5, or there's knight to f5 move? If you take, I'll take here, and this is a perfect position. This is a dream position. You can play next move bishop to h6 to get rid of this one. Bring the queen here. Or, there's actually funny puzzles quite often.
Yeah.
Often you take this rook back on h1 and you play queen to
That's
h2
right.
to checkmate here. It's not a checkmate in this position, but sometimes we have that funny situations too. So g4 pawn, better not to capture. And queen a5 happened in this position, not the best choice of the move, because it happens that now knights are just chasing this queen. Pawn takes pawn, and bishop f5 seems like not the best move here. But like, to be honest, it's so difficult to play here, right? Would you dare to take this pawn and open
No.
up the g file? This is not the best option, obviously. Rook g1, bishop to h6. So bishop to f5 has been played. Knight d4 attacking the bishop, rook to c8. We have knight to f5 and knight to
Wow.
f3 intermediate move. I wonder why he didn't capture this
I think it kind of doesn't really matter. You're going to capture it anyway.
later, right? So take here. The thing is that you can't really go far with this
No.
queen because there's a checkmate threat on c2. So queen d3 happened, and this is currently the position. Perhaps he will take back this knight, right?
Well, you're a piece down, you have to take it, but the position is going to collapse for black. You can play a lot of moves here as white. H6 looks particularly good.
Right. Chasing this bishop.
Yeah, I don't believe this. The only hope for black is that he uses both of these h-pawns as shields, and he can put the king on h8 and try and hold. But
there's also this idea queen f5 and bishop d3
Correct.
to go for this checkmate.
correct, and the queen very handily defending c2.
position.
Yeah, no, this has gone wrong for black quite badly. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
I see this kind of positions. I'm like, why don't play e4? But you are not getting obviously this kind of sharp positions all the time. Are you mostly e4 or d4 player?
So in my youth, I was an e4 player. Then I've played a bit more d4, and I've played some offbeat stuff. You know, I've played everything: f4, knight f3, b3, knight c3 as well.
Oh, knight c3 is the
That's
one you
my
have a
move.
course, right?
I have a course on it, and I played it any time I played some
Yeah, I
serious
remember
games.
when you were working on that.
Yeah, that's right.
You're like, oh, this is amazing move, and
It's
you
a
were
great move.
explaining what's
Go and buy my
amazing.
course.
So I
One knight
remember that,
c3,
yeah.
yeah.
And I was like, wow, it's actually crazy to start with one knight c3.
But it's not crazy.
What's the name
right?
of that? I think I found it's very interesting.
So the name of it has a few names, I think, actually.
What did you name?
I just called it one knight c3.
Okay. Classic.
Yeah, classic.
Classic.
One knight c3, yeah.
Nice.
Bring your knight out.
All right. I thought you would say that you play c4 as a
I've played
true
it
Englishman.
also. Yeah,
you
of
know.
course. I've played it as well, the English. I love the English. Should we go to board one? Because
Oh yeah, let's do that.
we've had some moves, and actually kind of happened as we expected. So knight b4, queen b1, and rook e8 was played by Tal to give the bishop a square on f8. And now a3, forcing the knight back to a6. And so this is the position. Nope, sorry, there's been some more moves. White played bishop g5. The knight came to c7 because he was threatening d5. And this position here is white to move. And white has just played the move knight to e3. And this is a perfect illustration of the problems you have with these hanging pawns, because the pawns are extremely targetable. And what are you supposed to do now about this pawn on d5? What
Tough
are you?
question, yeah.
I mean, how do I defend that pawn? I'm going to take it. If you play a move like bishop e7, which I think is the move that Tal will play, because he'll want to take back here. Can I take, I mean, taking on f6, it's the first move you look at. Taking here, and taking on d5, and taking here, probably. If you take with the knight, can I just take? I think I can, and there's no good knight discovery. That's the problem. That's the problem here. So this is the move that's going to be played. You ready? If Tal plays bishop e7, the Singaporean grandmaster is going to play rook a2.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. Fancy.
He's getting the rook out the way. So now knight takes d5 is an actual threat, or bishop takes to f6 and knight d5, and he's threatening to swing the rook round.
Oh,
I can
fancy.
guarantee you that's the move that will be played if Tal plays bishop e7.
Before we take our next break, let's take a look at the board 4, because Sava Vetochin is having a serious problem against Robert Aloma Vidal. And we do have a few more moves here. After bishop to d2, the rook went to c5. And here we have knight to d5. Black
Knight to
decided to
d5?
play this one.
Okay.
To stop bishop b4. But now white has a very strong move, knight to c4, to attack the pawn on d6.
And attack the bishop.
And attack the bishop on a6. So it's logical move here to take this knight. And after taking here, you're taking with the pawn, knight goes on f6 on b6, and after bishop to b4, you have to give up your d6 pawn. Rook c4, let's say. Bishop takes d6. And here we have a good illustration of the power of a pair of bishop. Look at that. Controlling so many important squares, stopping black to castle. That's going to be a huge problem for Sava here to come back.
I think this is just losing for black. There's just, your king is stuck in the center. You always have to be worried about some rook a8 ideas at some moment. The rook can come to d1. The position really plays itself. I mentioned this a few moves ago. I thought that black's position was critical, and I'm upgrading that. I think black is actually objectively losing here. I don't see a way to stop bishop. After knight d5, you said knight c4. There's probably some other moves as well that make a lot of sense. For example, knight c2, attacking the bishop. And how am I defending this bishop? Queen c8 is like the only move that exists. And now you can play knight
b4.
Knight b4.
Oof, I like this one.
Bishop b7. And this rook is just, it's really like d4, rook b5. Can I now move the queen out the way? It feels as though the rook is just too poorly placed for any of this to work. But in this position, Robert has actually got quite a decision to make. Knight c4 is so clean, though. It's a really clean way to proceed.
I love both moves. I love both of them.
I like knight c4 more. It's more, it's more human. It's more, you
leave no chances actually to your opponents to find any move. You are so much forced here.
It's just really straightforward. And you get to this position and you can almost stop calculating, because the rook comes to d1 next, the other rook comes to a7, you put your queen on b5. You can do whatever you want in this position. There are so many ways, and Sava Vetokhin is in very big trouble here.
Yeah, we were always talking about him ever since we started this tournament. Very young guy, 15 years old, grandmaster. Actually, he became grandmaster when he was 13 years old. And we were talking that he looks much younger than he is. And look at him. It seems to me that he's worried today. A little bit worried. The other days he was more relaxed.
I think he's trying to show that he's quite confident here.
Yeah.
But you can be a grandmaster but still be quite immature in your approach, I would say. And I think today he's chosen a very, very poor route in this game. There's no need to play like this against somebody like Vidal, who is a very, very good player. He's an international master. Sure, he's 2400, but he can play chess. And now, as we're talking, you realize my position is very bad. And if my opponent plays well, I shouldn't survive this position.
Sometimes you have some kind of backup openings for the blitz or rapid games, and that can be work there, right? But in classical chess, your opponent has way much time.
I don't even think they would work in blitz and rapid. I just think the whole opening that Savard played today is just, you can't play like this. And I'm just very surprised. I'm very, very surprised. 3 out of 3. You can play much more solid.
Oh, in the game, actually, I just see of Jules Moussard and Shamatava. Here we have this position. Black took the knight on
He
e3.
did, okay, yeah.
I have a trust in my countryman. King went to g7, and Jules went to queen to d2. Rook a8 happened, and here Jules decided to keep the rook on the board. And I like that idea, because like somewhere you might just somehow double the rook to hit the pieces on f-file. Of course, you don't want to fall for knight to g4. You can stop that with h3. But Jules is all about to fight, and he's not going to trade any piece to make a draw here.
Of course, he's not looking to make a draw. And as I say, I'm still not happy about Black's position. There's still a lot of weaknesses and tension, and I'm very confident that Jules is going to find a way today from a position like this. Feels like exactly the kind of position that you want as white against somebody who's lower rated. So I've got maximum confidence in Jules today.
Okay, good for you. You guys, we're
Why,
joking.
you're confident in your guy?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah? I'll
but
give
also,
you-
I'm really good friends
I'll give
with
you a
Jules,
draw
so it
and a
makes
win.
me. Oh yeah, let's do like that.
You
Let's
can
do
have
like
a black draw or win, and you win. You win your glass of wine back.
that. Let's do like. But also, Jules is a really good friend of mine, and I don't want him to lose today, obviously. But yeah, this is just. Another fighting game, and
Yes.
I'm looking forward to see even more sharp situation, because when Joel is in a good shape, he can be
Sure.
very creative. He can play beautiful chess. You guys, we're taking our second break, coming back with more actions and hopefully some of the maybe even upsets on the top boards. coming back from the break. Katy and Lawrence in the studio. This is Sunway Sitges Chess Festival, round 4, and we have almost all the games in the action. Which game is the one you want to focus first?
Well, let's just go, in order as we tend to do. There's been a lot of action in the game, board 1 of the main event. We last saw it after the move 93, and I said I was very positive towards White's position because of this pawn on d5. Black played the move h6, forcing a trade, and what has happened is there's been a mass liquidation on d5, and very importantly here, White did not take with the bishop on d5, but took with the... Sorry, White did not take with the knight on d5, but took with the bishop. If you take with the knight, I guess Black was happy to trade off this bishop and put the rook on b8 and say, you know what, I understand you're a pawn up with White, you've got no risk, but you've got a long way to go before you beat me in a position like this. It's opposite color bishop. Sure, the position is bad for Black. Sure, it probably is actually winning, but how do you get through? Show me that you can win, which is why Tin decided to play the move bishop takes d5, because after bishop takes d5, now you can transition into a knight versus bishop situation, which is obviously very different. Rook a to b8, there was a trade on b7 and queen to c2. Pawn to h5, rook to b1. Tal is trying to create something on the king side, h4, and now rook to d5. In general though, oops, sorry about that. In general though, this position is very bad for Black. White is a pawn up. It's as simple as that. He's won a big center pawn, and this is now a question of how good is your technique. The move rook d5 apparently is disliked by the machine, and that's because Black has got the move rook b to e7, where suddenly you have to be a little bit careful with White. There may be an exchange sacrifice on e3 that is very dangerous. For example, after a4, Black could take on g3, and now I'm pretty sure the move rook takes e3 exists. F takes e3 and rook takes e3, and suddenly your king side is close to collapsing. The really important point being that after rook d3, Black very importantly has the move queen g6 and pinning the rook, and this position here looks impossible to play for White. I mean, you never enter this. Rook d5 was a very, very strange move. There was no real need to play the move rook d5 here. A move like queen c4 looks far more normal, trying to consolidate. So after rook d5, the question is Tal going to find the move rook b to e7? I think it's a very easy move to find, and it's certainly very easy for Tal. In fact, it is Black's move here.
It is.
So it is Tin's move. Did Tal actually find
wait, he was walking, right?
He was walking around.
Let me check that quickly. He played rook b to e7.
Correct. So now Tin actually probably starts to realize that his last move was quite bad. And now he's very worried about this exchange sacrifice on e3. And the problem is you can't really avoid it because e2 is hanging if you move the knight. You can try knight g4, but I think there's probably a good move here like queen e6 or queen a6 or some queen move. Queen e6, for example, right? White has lost control. This move rook d5, you've lost control. You've lost your grip.
Well, the threat was rook to h5. Can we still do that?
Rook to h5?
Yeah,
he wants
and
to
double attack the checkmate and the pawn.
Oh, right.
Greedy.
Super greedy. I just don't like it in general, this move. I think it's just...
After rook to e7,
yes.
Shall we still do that?
Okay, rook h5, I'm going to go g6, I guess. But g6 you can take on h4, so I can't go g6. I have to go rook e4. And if f3, things are getting... Do I have... Queen g6? Things got very, very complicated suddenly. But I stand by the fact that I don't like this move. So rook to h5, rook to e4. Well, all kinds of stuff could happen here. It's going to be very interesting. But you can see he's kind of shuffling around in his chair. He's very concentrated. He probably over-relaxed after winning the pawn. That typically tends to be...
Yeah, that happens. To relax a bit. Very interesting situation on the board that we were looking at, board 6. Edward Song against Lucas. This is the position we can...
How did his bishop get back there?
Exactly, look at that.
We last saw it after king d2. He did go bishop f5. And after e4, he put the bishop... I mean, this bishop has done more miles today than you did coming back from Qatar.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Look at this. It's back home. Crazy. Okay, knight to c2. Okay, e6. And king to c3, forcing the knight to do something. Knight a2, a6. Bishop f4. Finally a trade. Ooh, and bishop d6. Now, this looks like a mistake, bishop d6, but apparently taking on f7 is a mistake. Because bishop takes f4, takes, the bishop comes back, and now black is claiming that the knight is trapped. So white has won an exchange, but the knight is trapped. What is this position here? Position looks totally random to me.
Yeah, I feel like black might put the pieces together now with king e7, bishop d7.
Yeah.
The question is how you're going to save this knight.
You're not, but what you're going to do is you're going to bring it out in a way like after h5, bishop d7, you're going to try and bring it out something like this to get the h-file open and some activity for your rook. And
that's one way. Another way can be to play here h6.
Yes.
And
also,
after g6, take and keep the pawn on h6.
That's a much better way. h6 is much better, of course. Of course, this is a better move. Maybe king f8. But now knight g6 check.
Ooh,
and I've lost.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
And if I go king f6, I'm running into e5 check. Ay, ay, ay. This is still dangerous. I mean, white can still win this. The computer might not like it for white, but white, there are tricks here. As I've just shown, there are plenty of tricks.
Wait, I think that just happened in the game. This is just happened. Let's just refresh.
Go through. No, we don't really have the...
Okay, you did.
Yeah, we'll go to... Oh, I've lost... Oh, here we are. So, bishop takes f4, knight... h4, h4.
Yeah.
We just have h4 on the board. This is the last move we have.
Okay, let me show you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so h4.
h4, bishop to d7.
Yes.
h5.
Yes.
King to e7.
h6. Yes.
g5.
Ah, this is a much better move, of course.
That's good. Knight g6.
Yes.
Pawn takes g6. And here white goes with e5. I like that move. To block both bishops. d7 bishop been blocked there. c7 bishop also been blocked. And you open square for your own bishop on e4. I like that.
Yeah. Still somehow the machine loves black here. Because probably if the pawn isn't queening, the bishops can get involved. But as I say, I think this is a 3 results game. Mm-hmm. Anything could happen here. Interesting game. Now I can see the bar in the Sava game, Vidal against Sava. Let's quickly see what happened here. Rook c5, queen takes b3, knight d5, and he did play knight c4. Bravo. Playing a beautiful game today. Bishop takes c4, d takes c4, knight b6 is on the board. And we had this position before the break, and the very simple bishop b4 will make black's life very difficult. In fact, I think black should probably castle here. I think you should just give the exchange, play like this. But an exchange is an exchange. I feel very, very confident that you can't hold this. So Vidal with a great chance for a Grandmaster scalp today.
Yeah, there is one more very interesting game I
Okay.
can suggest to take a look. Board 10. David Gavrelescu, Grandmaster from Romania, against FIDE Master from Georgia, Daniel Safarov. The game is very interesting from the very start.
Uh-huh.
Look at this position, so complicated, but if you just go back a little bit.
Where do you want me to go?
Oh, show it to start from the beginning.
From the beginning? Okay.
Yeah, and go quickly to see what happens.
So we have a Caracan, very trendy variation, 92, h5. This is the recommended way. Bishop e3, 97, castles b5. This has all been seen before, some Carlsen Duda games. d5, very well known move here. c5. This pawn sacrifice, I think, was played by Carlsen against Duda. Bishop takes b5, rook b8. Bishop c6, not the move. This is not the move. I think you're supposed to go c4 here from memory, but I think that this c5, b5 was seen in Carlsen Duda, or Duda Carlsen. I think Duda was white. So yeah.
Yeah, c4 is the
Bishop
move.
c6, yeah, and now this fantastic. The point is there's this exchange sacrifice. Rook takes e3 and 95. Fantastic concept. And black is basically saying, well, I've got knight c4 ideas, and you don't really have much going on for white. So white played c4, stopping it, but this allows queen a5 with tempo, and now knight g4.
Knight g4, and you can't hold this pawn on e3 anymore.
Yeah, it says knight g4 is a mistake, but I don't buy it. I think it's totally fine, because you're attacking this pawn, bishop a4, and now g6. Also, apparently not the best move here, but looks very natural to me to play this move, g6, because in some lines you want to bring the bishop out to f5, so don't understand why that's bad. Queen to d2, the queen comes back to c7, knight to c3. Look, I think white has done really well. Safarov has done really well in the past few moves, just to get some kind of construction.
Knight e3 is the final move in this game.
Yeah, knight takes e3, he's going to go rook e1.
Yeah, so if you take, there is the queen blunder.
So he's going to go rook e1. And now the question is, where do you want to put that knight? You want to put it on f5? Because now there's a check. The king goes to g7 and g3, preventing bishop f4. And I have to say, okay, black is probably okay, but knight b5 is coming, knight e4 is an idea. I'm not sure that you're supposed to hold this position as black. I'm not sure. It's compensation for sure, but not sure. Not sure if it's enough.
Yeah, gonna be a big battle here,
Yeah.
because obviously David will put all his efforts to save the game. But he has quite a tough task to solve. Lidi is having fantastic position.
Wow.
And very likely he will end the game soon.
Lidi here after, what do we have? What move is this? Move 24.
Okay, this is maybe refresh here. No, we don't have it. Let me check. Oh, he actually already won. So let's see the final moves after move knight b5, move 25. So here we have bishop c4.
Bishop c4, okay.
Allowing rook to d7.
Oh wow,
Queen
that's...
d8. What? No, queen d8. No, it's a resignation. Here.
He resigned after rook d7?
Yeah.
I guess the point is that you can't go bishop takes b5 because check, and if...
Check and bishop b4.
Yeah, and if king h7, bishop e4, and mate. And if you go here, it's the same thing, check, and eventually... Beautiful, the rook does a good job of blocking the black bishop.
Are you the player who allows your opponent to checkmate?
No.
And do you appreciate your opponent when you allow you to checkmate?
Depends on how pretty the checkmate is. If it's a really pretty checkmate, then maybe I would allow it. But no, I mean, I can't remember the last time I gave checkmate. I really can't. I can't remember the last time I made somebody over the board. Board 17, there was a draw. Jack Van Zyl Rudd against Gormally was a draw, which is very, very interesting. Great result for Jack. And we've got, I mean, today, as we said, we've got a lot of different things in play, right?
Exactly, and very interesting a situation in the game of Musard against Shamotava. Things have changed radically there. So let's take a look at that game. So this is the last time we saw this game, and then we have the idea that we mentioned earlier, 95. Oh no, that was a blunder. Look at that.
There was a blunder somewhere?
Yeah, 95, that's what you showed earlier.
Yeah, that was it.
Pawn takes and bishop takes.
So this happened in the game, right?
Oh yeah, he lost 2 pawns in a row.
That's it.
Wait, it's extra piece.
No, he has an extra piece, but he has to hold on with rook a6 and now bishop d4.
And he goes here. Okay, I have some more moves, so let me tell you that. After knight to g8, white went for rook to f2,
Yeah.
rook a6, c4,
Oh, c4, okay.
b4, and c5.
And c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, black is in total Zugzwang here, right? Basically, you're in this perpetual pin, and you just can't do anything. Queen e7, I'm just going to put the bishop on d4. The bishop can't be touched. I'm going to take a pawn. I'm going to put the queen on c3. Yeah. And this is what I was saying, Kitty. This position is actually really, really difficult to play as black, because firstly, you can make a big mistake like knight e7. And in general, the way to hold these positions is not strict. The pawn on e3 is incredible for white. I mean, it stops knight h5, knight f4. You have the f file. I was very confident that Jules was going to win this game, basically, and I guess he's just going to find a way to win.
In the current position, black actually just played king to h7 to just free the knight.
Sorry, bishop d4.
Yeah. No, after c5, move 26.
c5, yeah.
Just to say.
Queen e7, bishop d4, and king h7. This is the position.
Yeah. So
Yes.
this is currently the position.
Yes.
Takes. So yeah, these knights are actually just too passive.
Yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff here, right? You can just take on b4. Black is able to save the knight now. He goes knight h5, so maybe it's not as losing as it could be. But a move like, I don't know, still feels bad. But he's going to try and wriggle. He's gonna try and wriggle.
Shall I check the game of Anna Schachman against Julian Safron? That's a game
Anna
actually.
Schachman against Julian. What board is that?
That is the board 20.
Board 20.
Board 20.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at this crazy position.
Oh wow. Rook takes f6.
And the engine just cold-blooded says it's equal position.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Without a piece. Shall we see what happened in this position?
Okay. We had a Cosio Spanish. Wow. Okay, one of my old favorites. Knight g6 and h4. So really aggressive stuff. h4, h5, d4, opening the position. Pin. Force f6. Knight takes c6, apparently no good. Queen e7, decent. White tries to get space, but and sacrifices the pawn to get the king castle. Good move. Queen to g3, excellent move.
Oh, wait. What happened there?
Here?
Queen g3 is an excellent move, and queen g7 is a bad move.
Yeah, maybe you have to give it...
The engine says here you have to give the check on g6. king f8, and now you play rook to f1. So
But
you
this-
don't take the pawn.
Yeah, but this isn't a winning attempt, right? This is an attempt to just draw.
How about e5 here?
E5?
Yeah, instead of taking rook f6.
Ah, so if I just did...
Yeah, if you pass.
Okay, I'll pass. E5.
So you take on f6,
Take on f6 maybe is the way. King g8,
queen g6, and bring the rook.
and the
on
other
f1.
rook, and you're going to get mated.
Yeah, queen f6, queen f7.
Probably
Queen
the best way to do it
Just
is
to
this
take
way.
the rook, yeah.
Well, this is a
You can. Oh, is it checkmate? Yeah, it's checkmate.
Yeah, this is checkmate. So you have to be a bit more careful here as black. You can actually take on a2 here, you know, with the idea of using the queen as a defender. And you have to be certain here that you're making a draw with white, and I wouldn't be...
You can give a check on e5.
Yeah, you check on e5, you check on g7, and yeah, it doesn't take too long to realize that you can...
Rook f1 there.
And you've got to be careful, rook f1, I might lose as black.
Yeah.
So there's still ways to blow it.
Wow, queen g6 is such a wonderful move Anna played, but then she chose the wrong continuation. I'm just checking how much time she spent for that move. Oh, she just played very fast. She played very fast both moves.
So what did she do that's wrong? Because after queen takes a4, queen takes g7.
Rook f8.
Yeah,
And rook f1 now.
yeah,
And rook g8, queen a2.
yeah,
Rook takes f6.
yeah. And you're saying this is a
g8.
draw. No, rook g8
No,
is
black
win.
is better.
Black is
probably.
winning.
Yeah. Queen
The
h6.
queen Yeah,
Rook b8.
yep.
And this is currently the position.
So after b3, which looks like the most logical move, black has got a knockout
Queen a1
here.
and queen rook g2.
Ah,
check.
that's easy. And rook g2 with check. And if king d3, very importantly, there's bishop a6
Yeah.
check.
King
And
d3.
if king e3, you have
check.
a check here. And you're not going to survive the checks. Rook d3, there's a check here. King d4, you probably just give a check here.
Yeah.
King c5, queen b4.
Wow, that can be really heartbreaking
king
for
is
Anna,
walking.
right?
Yeah. Something like this
King
is...
walk never ends good, actually, according to the
very
practice
possible.
and the history.
Okay, well, it looks as though Anna's probably going to lose that position, which will put her hopes of winning this tournament obviously back. Marc-Andre Maruzzi has managed to get the knight to c5, double on the d file. He's got a beautiful blockade over on the queen side there. Is this better for black? Is a question. Is this better for black, this position? What do you think?
I would be very comfortable to play this one with black because somehow white's pawns are just too pushed.
Yes.
Only thing that I would be worried about as black here, this pawn on h7, I don't
Yes.
like, that's a weakness. And something like bishop b1, queen c2 would bother me a lot, this kind of ideas.
So you don't like... Okay, so you would take white here?
No.
Or you would take black?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think just maybe something like trading the rooks would decrease the tension on the king side in general. And my point is that if we go to the end game, just because these pawns are so much advanced on c4 and h5, that can be something that you can carry on to play for win.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? You can see in the video there, that is Minghui Zhu.
Xu.
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 Is it Xu? Is that how you
I would
pronounce
say
it?
Xu.
I thought it was Zhu.
Maybe.
I have to get a...
Wait, let me try.
Somebody can write to us in the chat.
Yeah,
I have
always tricky to pronounce the
no
names.
Mandarin at all. I have no Mandarin whatsoever. None.
So it is Dingliran or Dinglijan? in your opinion?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea. Dingligen?
Yeah.
Is that what some people were saying?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
They did at the beginning, but then they cut it. So.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That's actually very interesting. No,
I call Dingley Ryan, but
Okay.
this is second board, right? Let me check. We have this function on chess.com. Myself, I recorded a lot of Georgian names, how to pronounce that. And I know that other people also did that, but in case of Xiu or Shu, we don't have that.
Okay, I'm going to ask somebody in the break. Well, I think the position here is still full of life, and it's one of those ones where a lot can still happen. I think black should be totally fine, though. Let's move on to oh no. We may be having some technical. Are we? No, we're okay. Oh, we're okay, I think. This is the position in Aloma against Votokhin, and Votokhin did give up the exchange. I think this is the position.
We do have some more moves, so let me.
No, this isn't the position at all.
Let me tell you.
This isn't the position.
He's never been castled, actually. How we got the castle there.
He did give up the exchange. That's what I thought.
So after queen to b5, king went to e7, queen b2, rook to g8, rook to b1.
And it's black's move. No, sorry.
Then knight went to d7.
Why can't you take here? Question.
Queen to c2, hitting on h7 and c4.
I guess that's the solution. Yep.
Oh! Can we see that after that move?
Oh.
Knight c4, queen c2, and if you go knight to e5.
Oh, knight to e5. Yeah.
There's rook to b7.
Also, beautiful tactic.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so you went knight bd7.
Knight d7, queen to d4.
Queen to d4.
Knight to f6.
Mm-hmm.
Rook to a3.
Mm-hmm.
Rook to c8. g4.
Wowzers.
I like that move. h6, h4. g5.
Wow.
Ooh, look at that. And this is the situation. On the digital clock, we have actually 9 minutes. Let's zoom a little bit. I suppose white actually has less minutes than we have on the screen. And he has 5 minutes against 28. 5 minutes is not too much, right? For next 14 moves they have to play.
It's not. My question is, okay, there's a trade on g5. Takes. And there you can see Mark Andrea giving Vidal a look. So how do you make progress here as white?
I would go for g5 pawn. Somehow. Rook f3, let's say.
Rook f3. So the question is now, do you want to go e5 here and then go knight e6? Maybe. I mean, e5 is tempting here. It's not kind of ideal, but strategically I don't want to create more holes. But okay, what if I just went knight d7? Ah, now you've got rook takes f6, yeah?
I think we just have rook f3 on the board. We might have that position.
Yeah? Knight
we
d7,
made
do
a
I have
move?
this tactic? Rook takes f6? With the idea that knight takes f6 and then... I mean, is this possible?
How about... Yeah, I like this. a5. Takes bishop d5. Yeah, I like this one.
This is good for white, no?
Yeah, very nice. We might have that.
Yeah.
All right, we're having actually the time pressure on many boards. The board 10, we have there a really tough situation for the Grandmaster, David Gavrilescu against Daniel Safarov. Let's take a quick look at that.
Go for it, yeah.
All right, so we have to just update this game. So we had 93, 94, and bishop to f4.
He allowed this. This is very... and he went d6.
d6.
Well, I mean, this is... playing like this wasn't necessary, but it might just be good for white still.
And wait, he just took the knight f6? No, rook f1? Excuse me?
No, this is good. Rook f1.
Oh my god, look at this.
Yeah.
Both rooks hang in and he just played that move.
This is good.
And there's also the pin on this file. After bishop to h6, he just texted pawn on f6 with a check, and it is black to move. He just played king to f8. And, well, where's the bar?
I mean, this looks totally
the
losing
bar.
for black. d7.
And seems like after d7.
That's it. Nothing to do.
Bishop here. Is there a queen d6?
Yeah, and knight e8, and rook, and it's just winning. Queen d6, king g7, knight e8. Does that not win? Oh no, there's there's some knight takes c4 discover check, or what is this?
Can I promote the knight there with the check?
I think you could. No, that's winning.
Yeah, I think queen f6.
Yeah, no,
We don't necessarily need to put the queen there.
But go
even
back,
with the
so-
queen is fine, I guess.
But hold on a second, go back.
How back? Here.
No, yeah, like bishop b7, queen d6, king g7. Hold on a second, so that position there.
Oh my god, horrible. King g8.
Knight e8, king g8, yeah, exactly. Now,
Can we just move the king away?
I mean,
King b2,
probably.
king b2, king b1.
King b2 looks
Fine.
decent.
So if you take the rook, what's the final touchdown? Maybe just take back.
Yeah, this just looks... I mean, you don't have to make your life difficult here as well. You've got a pawn on d7. The queen on g5 can't move. The queen on d8 can't move because the rook on b8 is going to hang. And surely this is just totally... I mean, it just optically looks totally losing. So it could be another Grandmaster upset today. This time, another Georgian player beating a Grandmaster.
No.
It's all Georgia.
We're making problems.
You make problems for everybody in every
Yeah,
tournament.
I know.
You know who makes the most problems?
From Georgia?
Yeah.
Jobby?
No. You know who makes the most problems?
Tell me.
Nino. Shout out to Nino if you're watching.
Shout out to Nina.
She got the voice message last night.
Yes.
And she said, "How do you know about that story?" I said, So Nino, if you're watching, hello.
Greetings.
You cause the most problems.
Yeah, actually Nina liked to play in this event, I remember.
Yeah, she played here a couple of times.
Yeah.
Okay.
She has really, really nice memories. Oh my god, this is horrible.
D7 is really, I mean, it's not difficult. It's not
difficult.
because the knight can't move because queen takes h6 is mate.
Can I do king b1 maybe
Yeah, but why?
if I don't see d7, which is...
I guess the only thing you have to be careful of is knight g4, or let's say knight g4, right? And black is claiming this could get a little bit out of line, actually. This is the danger. This is what black is counting on.
That's why we have to give first the check, right?
That's why you have to give first the check.
Wait, how we're doing now? d7?
Yeah, sorry, this could happen, d7, knight g4.
And then what happens?
Yeah, you have to block with rook f4.
Okay. Oh,
And
man,
if
that's
queen
difficult.
takes f6, then there's d8 equals queen check. Very important. And you're able to get out with queen takes d8, and you're no longer pinned. Estraris.
Wow, yeah, you remember
That's what I'm saying, this
that.
position. This position is es raris.
I'm gonna text Nina right now because we
Yeah.
have 10 minutes delay and she has to watch that.
Okay. But I think Safarov will actually win this position. And another Grandmaster scalp. I'm going to quickly go to board 1 because there have been some important moves. We had rook b7, rook d1, and rook e4. Excellent move by Tal. Rook f5. The queen swung over. Tin now decides to go defensive with rook f3. And this is the position we have. And I still think white is for preference. I have a sneaky suspicion that Tal put his queen on c6, however, because he wants to play the move pawn to h3.
Okay.
And what he's saying is that in the future, you have to be very careful you don't blunder mate. And there are some rook discoveries. And all of a sudden, there's some hope here for Tal. Also, you might do something like, you know, if white just played a move like a4, you could play c4 here. This is a very interesting idea, with the idea of sacrificing another pawn to get a bishop into play, saying that you can't move the knight because e2 is hanging, and all of a sudden I've got ideas of taking 3 times. It's the sort of stuff Tal would play. So I think...
Oh, board 4. We have
Board
to go
4?
right now.
Okay. Board 4. Aloma. What happened? So he went rook f3. What happened in the game? So rook a3, h4, g5. Oh, so I need the moves from you, Ketty. So
All
h4,
right, let's do
g5.
that. Rook takes, rook
Yes.
f3,
Yes.
e5,
He did go e5.
queen
yeah.
e3, hanging on
Yeah.
96,
96.
and rook takes the knight here.
Rook takes knight.
King takes, and white to move.
He's given the exchange
Oh,
back.
queen f3 and rook b7.
This is his idea. Queen f3 and rook b7.
If you play knight f4, you lose the piece with to e3.
But you don't. There's e4, but you can take it, right? And then go quick. Yeah, so let's go back to the main point of this move, which is that if the king goes to g7, you can now go rook b7 and catastrophe on f7. But there is knight d4, but then queen e3. Very importantly, this pawn is now hanging. This is very important.
Queen d8.
Queen d8 and bishop d5, I guess.
Oh.
And if rook c7, you have to see all of this. But you get here, are you 100% this is winning? I guess the ending is just bad for black. You're just a pawn down here.
I like this sacrifice of exchange.
Oh, it could be excellent. Could be game of the round. Rook takes f6. Played with probably not much time on his clock.
Yeah, the digital clock we have on the screen is not the accurate one. I think white actually had seconds, so maybe we can just zoom on the game to check it out.
Yeah. Okay, so let's... King takes f6, but bishop d5 played. Hold on.
Oh,
Big mistake.
he wants to take on e6?
No. He just
Guards the pawn.
he just didn't want to block it, but this is a big mistake.
Oh, yeah.
And rook b8, and all of a sudden, all of that good work is for nothing, because black has totally equalized now. There's nothing here now for Vidal. Vidal has blown it, because if you take on b8, and if you take on e6, that's what he's going to do.
Look at the time.
He's going to take on e6, and now you can just take. And
This
a
doesn't
draw.
look so bad for black anymore.
no, it's just a draw. It should just be a draw. Vidal did not have to do any of this. And I think he started to go, you know what? It was around here. I feel as though he started to go a bit wrong. I think he should have just gone rook a3, rook c8, and instead of g4. Why not go like rook ba1 here, the natural move to try and put in a rook on a7. And if knight d7, you can put the rook on a6. Maybe he didn't like the idea that black could play queen c5. Maybe. I find it very difficult to believe that this is holding, though. But it's close. But yeah, in the final position now, he's not going to win. He's just not going to win after rook b8.
Wow, that's quite surprising result. As white was winning all the game long, had really nice position. Let's move forward and see the other games. Game 6, we can take a look. They always surprise us.
Yeah. Bishop e4, rook h8, position on the board here in Leish against...
King c4 was played, bishop to e8.
Yeah.
And after rook to d3, king g8, rook f3.
Yeah.
Bishop went back on d8.
Wowzers, look at these bishops. Defensive, guys. But this is very bad for white, this position.
b4 and bishop to e7.
This is just very bad for white. Because you've got loads of weaknesses. Even h6 is very targetable. The bishops are doing a great job covering some key squares around the king. And how do you defend this position with white? I can put my pawn on a6 where I have 0 weaknesses, targetable weaknesses. Taking on t5 is too disgusting for words. I would probably even take back with this pawn. It feels more intuitive, and then put the bishop on b5. And slowly but surely I want to crawl out. Or I go bishop f8 and simply take this pawn. Once the pawn goes, I can get my king out. I can put my rook on c8.
You can also do g4, bishop g5.
I can also
that way.
Can do that. I've got to be, yes, I've got to be a bit careful. I'm not dropping anything. Maybe I can put a bishop on e2 there. This is very bad for white. This is very, very bad for white. Edward Song could legitimately be on 4 out of 4 if he holds his nerve today. This position is bad. Bad for white. And he went wrong at some point. I think
bishop c2 was something really
going after
unnecessary.
Going after this, because he had a very promising position out of the opening. So this is very surprising. This is very surprising. But of course, if Song wins, he'll start to think, actually, maybe this is my tournament. Because when you start winning every game, even when you're worse, it's a nice feeling, and it's the sort of thing that could definitely happen.
Right.
Okay, we've got some other results. So Lidi did win. There was a draw. Torres Rosas against Josep Martinez. Ilham Party against Alisher was a draw. One for Ilham Party. I beg your pardon, one.
Both Kirill Alexenko and Vasily Ivanchuk won their games.
Yep, they both won. Well, actually, that's Kirill. Yeah, so he found a way. Kirill, basically. His opponent played well in the opening, but Kirill found a way. And Ivanchuk did win. Let's just see how... the way Ivanchuk won is pretty much what we thought. Did he find rook b7? He did. Of course he did. After bishop a6, rook b7. Brilliant Ivanchuk move. Takes, queen c4. But this ran into check. Another check. And queen a7. Beautiful. Guarding the bishop and threatening here. And after queen c8, rook c7 and bishop c4. Or queen b7. Black had enough because bishop c5 check followed by rook c8 is coming. Beautiful game by Ivanchuk. I'm taking all the credit.
You're taking it all right.
All of it.
Looking for the game of Jules Moussard against Shamatava. Let's go there. Yeah.
Board 8, sorry.
Oh, a lot of pieces just disappeared. So queen b3 is the last move.
Wait a second, what's going on here? He's still a piece down.
So after king h7 that we had last time, white captured the pawn on b4. We can start from here.
So yeah, he
C4.
captured on b4. He played queen b5 and takes.
Rook c5.
He's relying on some tactic, but
He took the bishop on c4 because if you take bishop on e5,
yeah, I can take on f7 simply.
yeah.
1, 2, 3 protectors.
So maybe he just missed there, and he has now to
So he
take the
took on
bishop
c4, yeah,
and then take another bishop.
and takes on e5.
And rook c1. This is currently the position.
So black has got 2 pieces for a rook, but a very weak pawn. Looks very bad for black, to my eyes. If c7 falls, white has got like 3 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces. Bit too much material. Yeah, looks very bad. Don't think Nicolosi survives this, to be honest.
Let's say rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8 makes total sense.
They are 6 moves away from the time control, but they have equal.
Okay, still
Polish
some
time.
work here for Jules. I mean, he still has to find some accurate moves.
Exactly. Yeah, I would play here c5 next move and something like rook d8 to go after, to trade my c pawn to d3 pawn.
The moment you go c5, I go b4 though, right? And the pin is...
Oh, we can actually do rook d8 right away.
Well, he's just gone rook c8.
He did that?
Yeah. He just played rook c8, right?
No, it's his move.
Oh, rook c1, he didn't play rook c8.
No,
Oh, I
it's his
see,
move,
okay.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, I think that Jules is still good, but maybe it's a bit more work than I originally thought. Tal, Abajal, what has happened here? We'll go to... He went g6. He didn't go h3. Interesting. And that allowed white to take on h4. Rook takes h4, and this is the position we've got. Has black got enough compensation here with now a weakened white king? My instincts tell me yes. My instincts tell me yes, that this is... I mean, is this holdable?
For who?
Is this holdable for black? Is this holdable for black?
But what's the problem for black?
Well, black is a pawn down.
Yeah. But there's bishop d6, queen c7 ideas to go after h2.
Bishop
I like
d6,
rook e4 as well.
I can put the pawn on h3. It's no big deal.
Well, in my opinion, black has very nice counterplay on the king
Yeah.
side. There are some ideas like bishop h6 to go after knight on e3.
You can you can play bishop g7, bishop d4, for example.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, it feels as though it feels as though Tal has got just about enough here. We haven't had a look at board 3 for ages.
Yeah, let's do that.
And what is going on here? This looks optically bad for white, but probably isn't. Wait, white is a pawn down. White is a pawn down.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why isn't black just better here? What am I missing?
Shall we take on d3 and rook b7?
Rook b7? I mean... Maybe. Somehow I'm not convinced by it. Somehow this position is not working for white.
Or we can also do like that. Take stakes and... Yeah, we have to do this. So I was thinking something like f4, a5, maybe to open up the bishop. That's one way. Another way is to chase this bishop and attack here.
But you're not. That's, well,
Yeah.
Ah, I see. And then you want
Let's-
to go f4 and then win
yeah.
the pawn.
Yeah.
That's the way. That's correct. That's the way to do it. So that's why it's not too bad. Yeah, and now you take d3, check, and then
Background
I have to be very careful. I can check and force rook e8, trade, and then go king f2. Bring the king in, and only white can be better here. Probably try to win this position. Okay, so actually, white has got some chances. Interesting. Interesting.
For 10, we have actually some updates.
Okay.
So last time we saw was king f8, and d7 has been played. White played d7 in this position. Knight f5, and rook f4, bishop b7, king b1, king g7, check on e8, king h7, and this is the current situation right now.
Again, still looks winning for white.
Pretty
You just
nice.
have to stabilize here, right?
Something like queen d6, queen f2. Just to get rid of, I like queen f2, get rid of the pin and try to rook to f5.
This is a very nice move. Very nice move. Very good, clean human move.
c5 pawn is also hanging.
Yeah, I mean, you're in exchange up with a pawn, protected pawn on the 7th.
Look at this
Just
beautiful pieces, pawn on d7,
and the
bishop
knight on e8.
f4.
The knight's actually
Knight
very important in e8
Like
because
that.
it controls 2 key squares. Feels like it's going to be a win.
Well,
Yeah. So
we have to move maybe to the next game because
Okay.
we have time trouble situations in all the games.
time trouble.
Time trouble. Oh, there's another very interesting game. Let me check which board is that.
Okay. In the meantime, Marc-Andrea Maruzzi is still trying to generate something on board 2 against the International Master Zhu. Looks ever so slightly better for black. Nice construction of pawns. But probably white should be holding, although this pawn on c4 is a big annoyance. Not completely sure. Zhu low on time. I'm going to say Maruzzi wins this position. That's my guess. I'm going for a black win here. I think he's going to find a way. Aloma, as we already said, I think has blown it. Basically, if we get to the position on the board with white to play, black has got everything covered, and I don't see any way for Aloma to put any pressure on. I think he knows, well, I know that he knows that he was winning. So that's very unfortunate. Leish did take on d5. This was probably a very difficult decision. But this position, I think, could go on for quite a long time. But I think it's ultimately a position which is just very, very bad for white. You can take with either pawn. You could even take this way and go g4, put the bishop on d7, then put the bishop on e6, then put the bishop on g5. You have everything absolutely locked down here, and it looks very, very bad. It looks really, really bad. In fact, this rook is trapped. Oh my goodness. If you allow me to go here, the rook is trapped. You have to go f3 at some point.
Poor Ricky.
You have to go f3 at some point. But g5 and you trap your rook. Wow, hold on, wait. This could just be completely over.
Oh no, poor Rook.
Yeah, the rook is toast. The rook is tostada, as they say in Spain. They don't, but
You made up.
I made it up. All right, let's do this. Let's go for our next slight pause. We're getting close to the time control. When we get back, we'll start seeing some more results pop up. As far as I can tell at the moment, Ketty, no major upsets on the top 10 boards. Only Edward Song beating slightly high-rated player Lucas Leish. That looks very possible. And everything else... Oh, and sorry, Safarov on board 10 beating Gavrilescu. Those are the two standout results so far. I think that Tal could very well hold against Tin. I think Maritzi will win against Zhu. The Gorstin game could go either way, but Aloma Vidal, I think, has blundered his chance of winning against Savo Vitokin. So, we're going for a break. We'll be back for what will possibly be even the final segment of today's commentary, depending on the state of the games. Let's see. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
See you guys soon. coming back into the round 4 final part of the day. Here we have some updates in most of the games. Let's quickly go right away to the board 1 and check it out, what happened.
Well, an incredible development in the break. We last saw the position around about here, where white was just a pawn up, trying to stabilize. Tal found the great move c4, there was a trade on c4, and the queen came to b3. So far so good, still a pawn up. The bishop came to e5, and now white went absolutely insane. He played the move rook takes f7. Now, a grandmaster doesn't make this move because he went crazy. There's a tactical justification. The point is that after king takes f7, you can now play the move knight e3, and the rook is pinned. And after rook c8, white had intended to play the move, not knight takes c4, but the move rook c1, where he would now be winning the rook back and with 2 extra pawns and the black king weak. But he saw at the very last minute that after rook c1, black has got the incredible move queen to b6, and all of a sudden the white queen is not able to maintain the pin. If you take on b6, importantly, black has got the Zwischenschach, the in-between check, rook c1 check, after which you emerge 2 rooks up. Obviously that's winning. If you try and maintain the pin with queen a2, the other thing is you keep on with the same theme, queen to b2. And there's no way to survive. Queen takes b2, once again, rook takes c1 check. And you lose as white. So what that meant was Tin had to bail out by playing the move knight takes c4, queen takes c4, rook d7 check. And now the king came to e6, there was a trade, and we have this ending here. So he managed to win another pawn. Now, this position here is a disaster for white, because you're in a position only a few minutes ago, a pawn up, trying to press. Now you're in an ending where you're fighting to make a draw. I think you make a draw here as white. I think that this position is solid enough. You put the pawn on e3, you put the king on g2, you put the rook somewhere, maybe on the second if you can get it there. I find it very difficult to believe that black can win this position. It's going to be a question of how much Tal wants to push here. But I think objectively the position should be a draw. But Tin getting very lucky that he's got drawing chances.
I agree with that. Seems like pieces are getting off the board, and this might be a draw. Unlike the board 3, where we have all the drama happening.
Oh, wow.
So let's go back to the moment when we left last time. It was the queen d3. So
Yes.
here white decided not to trade the queens, but to play queen a5 and move back.
Yeah,
So
queen
here
d3.
queen a5, and then we have several more moves. Knight g4, rook b2, and queen went on a1. Here black actually decided to give up the exchange. Rook takes on g5,
Wow.
which is actually hated by the engine, because this plan that black did is not really working. Rook to c1, queen d4, and rook to d2, stopping, then offering the queen trade. The bishop on a6 is also hanging. So black took this queen, bishop to b5, and now white is chasing the bishop. And rook to b8 is another blunder here, because you just lost a pawn on d3.
No.
Very important pawn on d3.
Maybe he couldn't save it already, because if bishop c4, rook c1 was coming, and if bishop a6, rook b6 was coming. But yeah, after rook b6, just taking on d3, and that is clear as daylight. That is a full exchange. In fact, you're pinned. You might not even be able to save the piece.
Yeah.
c4, rook d5 wins the piece, and rook
So
d3.
yeah, black just took this rook rather than to have a pin. And here we have the position, the end game, where white has nothing to worry at all. So after rook to c8, black went for c4, king to g8.
Okay, yeah.
They repeated several times to get a time
Yeah.
on the clock. f4 has been played when rook is on c8.
Okay.
Rook on c8, f4, knight e3, bishop f3, and currently this is a position move 43. They have already the time increment on the clock, and it's not so difficult for white to play. Next move is king to f2 and bishop e2. Just getting rid of the light square bishop, and that's it. There's also another idea to play rook to f8 at some point to go after f7 pawn, but first you have to make sure that c pawn is not advancing any longer. It seems like completely winning for white.
Yeah, totally winning for white. Gorshtein is going to win this. King f2 looks very, very strong. And unfortunately for the Kazakhstan, he just miscalculated and is going to get punished.
Board number 2, a very important match there. They had equal position. We liked a little bit more black's position, but seems like pretty equalish here. Black still has 2 bishops, but white has enough forces too.
Looks horrible to white from my perspective. I mean,
you see also the engine bar, I see.
Yeah, but I don't look at the engine. Rook b5. I mean, I just look at it objectively. You've got 3 weak pawns. I've got the 2 bishops.
One weak pawn is a pass pawn on a2.
True, but I've got two bishops. I would take black here all day, but yeah, maybe somehow it's a draw because I can't actually target the weaknesses.
Yeah, first of all, the pawn h6 is probably something that, like, I can push.
But
this
if
pawn
you go
h6,
h6, I'm always going to go g5, and then I'm going to be able to bring my king up here.
I'm afraid to keep the pawn on h6 in every game, or h3.
I think
another thing is,
I think Maurizi has still got great chances to win here. He's going to put the king on f7. He's going to put the bishop on e5. I mean,
yeah,
maybe you have to go f3. No, you can't. He went rook e7 to prevent f3. This is the point. Because yeah, this is.
And how are you stopping the a pawn if I go a4, a5?
Okay, a4. So number 1, bishop d7 exists, and you might have to go rook b4, and I'm very close to chasing you away. Very close. Not quite, you know. Not quite.
It looks fine to me. a5 is next move.
This looks fine to you? For white, really? It's so close to losing, I think, but...
Why?
Well...
What's the reason to lose?
Like here, you have to go rook b4. Bishop d6, rook c4. Just holding, like, rook e5 or something. I don't know. I mean, I've got rook a5 next. Yeah, maybe you've got knight b5. I don't know. There might be some endings that you hold, but I would be very scared here as white. Very, very scared.
Well, the time situation is quite tricky here for both players. Any blunder. Let's just keep the eye on this one because first board ended in a draw.
Okay.
They agreed on a draw, and here we have some more updates. So black was worried about h6, and he went h6 himself in that position. So let's see.
So what did
a4 happened. Bishop 2.
So after rook e7, so there was rook b5, rook e7, a4. Yeah, he did go bishop d7.
Bishop d7, rook to b4 and h6.
Okay.
And now we have rook to c4.
Bishop to e8.
Knight c6.
Yeah.
Rook to e6 and knight to d4, and they're repeating. And then rook went to d7, a5.
Bishop f7.
Rook to c5, bishop to d6. And it's white to move.
Feels like white has made progress here. Pawn is nicely advanced. I think what Marc-Andrea wants is probably you should put the rook on c1 and not on c2. Because this pin, well, even this I'm not sure. The point is h5 is dropping, right?
You care about a pawn?
Well,
when the other pawn is almost on the
yeah,
sixth
no,
rank.
this is the point. If I can then stop this pawn, I'm gonna have quite the advantage. I don't know. I mean, I know
This is actually already move 44, so the digital time on the clock is not accurate. So White did not really lose some time.
Right,
And
yeah.
now we got it. Yeah, now we got it.
So they've made move 44. They've got time. We'll keep an eye on that one. We'll keep an eye on that one. Okay. We already saw that board 3 did. Vidal also blew a very, very good position.
Board 4, we don't have much of the changes. We have
Yeah.
queen endgame.
Yeah, board
And
4.
seems like Sava Betohin just survived in this game. Seems like difficult to improve here.
Yeah, don't think Vidal is ever winning that.
Going next.
We haven't actually looked at the game Travadon against Anwesh for ages. It's a completely blocked game though.
Oh
It's one of
gosh,
those
look at
ones
that.
where, yeah, it's one of those ones where only White can be better because he's got much better pieces, but probably it's a draw because there's just not enough breakthroughs anywhere. Black is just covering enough squares, almost certainly in this position here.
Yeah, White went through King E1 here. And then after Queen E7, King to D2.
Yeah.
So this is currently the position. Only open C file. Yeah, there is also not breakthroughs here in this position. Difficult to find any sacrifices.
Yeah, I mean, feels like it's going to be a draw, that one. That's for sure. Feels like it's going to be a draw.
Moving forward to the next board, here we have the
Well, this is the
end game.
the game of songs, and look at this. He's got kind of.
He's winning a pawn now after rook A7, bishop A7. White went rook to H2,
Yeah.
and his idea is to play rook to C8 to give a check and to control
Rook
the
to H2 is
D4.
really bad, yeah. Check. The king will move.
And you just
I
like
think
the
it's going to
pawn.
go king H8, right? And you can't go rook C2 because of bishop A4 check. This is a disaster for White. Rook C4 is coming. Bishop takes D4 is coming. Bishop C4 check is coming. I actually think this is just losing. I think this is just losing. I think this is just losing. Seriously.
Yeah, well, he was actually losing since he did not really manage to find this brilliant idea to trap
Unbelievable.
the black's bishop. But
You can see Leish there. He's with the glasses, but Song is being very reserved. There's still a lot of game. I mean, he still has to win this game, but it's possible all the white pawns just drop off the board one by one by one. And
yeah, difficult to play against a pair of bishop with only rook. And basically, white's rooks have no target in this position. Anyway, let's move forward to check out another board. And next board, we have here Max Haas against Aditya Afrin. And here we have knight and queen versus queen and the bishop.
yeah, I mean, knight and queen, when they combine, they're normally very, very good. And it looks as though white is still in control here. But my instinct tells me that black should have enough to hold the balance here. Should have enough to hold the balance, in my opinion, in this position here.
Oh, the tables have turned to the next board. Jules Moussard against Nicolosi Shamatava.
The tables have turned? No way.
So
Wait,
this
what is-
actually.
Queen c4 is a big mistake, or what's going on here?
So after queen c4, this is move. Can you check which move is that?
Move 42.
42. Move 42. Black went to queen a5, rook to f2,
Yeah.
queen e5,
Oh,
rook
wow.
to g2,
Yeah.
stopping queen g3, queen f6, rook f2, and now it is black to move. Do you think after queen e5, Jules will repeat the move, rook g2?
I don't know. I mean, one thing I do know is Jules has made a meal of this game. I mean, he had an amazing position earlier. And something has gone horribly wrong for him here. Does he want to rook g2? Hold on, it looks like there might be a repetition incoming here.
Did he play that?
He played rook g2. Now, if Nicolosi plays queen f6, if there's rook f2,
Oh, he's going for that.
rook f2, queen e5, it's going to end in a draw. And
Jules goes for it. Yeah,
looks
draw
as
is
though-
okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay, I think he should be happy here to make a draw. I told you it was not so bad.
I think
See?
objectively it was very bad, but
It ended in a
Jules is not he's not firing, is he? This tournament, he's already dropped a whole point, 2 draws against players 200, 300 points lower rated. It's well, even against Anna, it was 350 points lower. So Jules just not quite in 5th gear. So.
Still, a lot of rounds to go. It's just 4th round.
Yeah.
And his mood is like, I had a little small chat with him yesterday, and he said like, I want to play, and he has all this mood. All he needs is a good position, I guess. All right, so this game has ended. Next 2 games have ended also, and we had this game has ended beautifully. Board 10.
Oh yeah, let's see how this finished, because it was around here, 98 check, and white ended up playing the move knight d6. We were looking at the move queen f2 and g3, but white played knight d6, queen c7 and g3. Lovely move here, just keeping everything solid. Rook d8, there was a trade on b7 and now queen d5, making his life easy. Queen b6, took the pawn, took this guy,
Oy.
brought the rook down, found the way the bishop to come in, and
Black is
queen
winning.
takes f5. Black is certainly not winning.
Oh, that's so weird.
And white won. A phenomenal result. Daniel Safarov beating a grandmaster, Gavrilescu rated 25-50.
Yeah, that's huge result.
Huge result for Gavrilescu, for Safarov. The big scalp of the round so far. I mean, that looks like that's going to be the result of the round on an individual basis.
Let's move board 15. Very interesting night and game.
Board 15. Looks losing for black, quite simply. I mean, white has got 2 extra pawns, and king d7 runs into knight e5 check. So, and if you move the pawn, let's say
Yeah,
knight
h5 happened. G3 and knight f4.
Yeah.
King d7, and currently this is the position.
Yeah. Yeah, this position, it looks fairly straightforward. You're going to go c4 or a4 and b4 and b5 very, very quickly.
Create a pass pawn.
This knight easily covers here. You can't get your king in to disturb the white coordination.
It takes forever to bring this king on e5 or g5, and then you will just move back, knight to g2,
Exactly.
and stop the pawn.
So this looks totally dead. So expect a white win there quite shortly. And wow, on board 1, Tal and Tin did make a draw. So that is official. Tal said, you know what, I understand it's a draw. I don't fancy sitting here for 4 hours trying to win it. I'll conserve my energy. So nice game. Tin got very lucky though. Very, very lucky.
Agree with that. A very nice fight from both players. And let's just focus on one game, as they have already got all the time control in every single game. So let's focus on the board 2. I think that's the most sharp one.
Board 2?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened then in this game?
Yeah, let's see what happened. This is move 44.
Move 44.
So we have 2 more moves. Rook to c1,
Yeah,
rook to c7, 94.
yeah. And so yeah, so black can take the rook, right? Take the pawn. Yes, you can run this pawn up the board, but very importantly, I get back in time with a check. And Marc-André is going to try and win this position. It's probably a draw because...
Yeah, you cannot lose this game with a7 pawn, right?
well, but I'm not so sure.
Let's say king to g1, I guess.
Okay, yeah, like let's say I just go h5 or g5. I don't want to allow knight f5. This is the problem.
Play g6 and you made
Okay,
6 pawn.
no, yeah, I lose the chase. Let's say I go bishop e5, attacking your knight first, and you go, let's say bishop e3, and I go g5. Are you sure you never lose this game as white? Okay, knight f5 here actually is immediately, not g5. I need to find a neutral move. Let's say king f7 here. Sure, if there's an opposite color bishop position, I understand that you're going to make a draw. That's clear. But...
Let's go f4. Like it,
Yeah.
opposite color.
But I would never take here as black. So let's say I go bishop c7.
Knight b5.
I'm actually going
Don't lose the game.
Well, it's close, right? I have to move around, or bishop d8 maybe. Are you sure
Yeah,
you're drawing this position? I'm not. Because if I start getting my king active, my h pawn up the board... Okay, this is the deal of the day. I'm going to say Marc-André wins this position. But...
This position?
Yeah,
what
but
we have on the-
it's objectively a total draw, right? So I want not 1 glass of red wine, but I want 2 glasses of red wine.
Like I have already paid my previous.
2 glasses of red wine.
Now you want to.
I want 2 glasses of red
No,
wine.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that black...
International master, rated 2400.
Okay,
will
well
lose
then
this
you
game.
can have it.
Let's have some trust in people. No.
No?
I know.
Okay, 2 glasses
He
of
did
red...
not even took the pawn on c4. Check that out.
What did he do?
So instead of taking on h5,
He didn't take on h5, no.
he was so worried of that pawn, he played bishop to c4. That tells a lot to me.
He played bishop c4.
Yeah. He wants to sub that pawn right there, not on a7.
Nope, I'm still going with my... I want 2 glasses of the best red wine.
Okay.
Yeah, deal?
Okay, deal. I don't want wine. I want what I want.
You can have what you want.
Yeah. Okay, I will choose later.
You choose later. Okay,
choose
we've
later.
got a deal. I think this position is more difficult to defend than you realize. But I know it's a draw.
I think it's a dead draw.
Okay. Ido Gorstein is doing what he needs to do to win. He's just played e5. This is totally winning. The king is coming to e3. Even the king and pawn ending is probably winning if you wanted to do that. Sacrifice exchange. Nothing to really analyze there. Vidal is still trying to make something work here, but he has to be careful actually because he's got a weakness on c4. Yeah, he's not winning that.
Oh, we have actually a very interesting game, board 16.
Board 16. Okay.
We
Where's
have
Nina?
only the minor pieces left on the board. We have several more moves. This is move what?
This is Breznina. Brezis. Sorry.
Brezhny.
Brezish.
No. Oh shit, I shouldn't.
They're going to kill us, the Polish production team. Piotr
Brezina.
Brezina?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, according to my Polish.
Which is very good, by the way.
No, it's not good. It's okay, it's not good.
My Polish is very limited.
What do you know? Don't say bad words.
Piękne?
Piękne, okay. That's good.
Dziękuję.
Dziękuję.
Something bardzo?
Bardzo?
Yeah. Means a lot, no?
Bardzo, yeah. Bardzo dobrze.
Bardzo dobrze.
You know all the necessary words.
I know all the necessary words
Yeah.
in Polish.
That's it. You can do the commentary in Polish.
That's
now.
I'm going to do it in we're starting now. Polish commentary.
In Polish. Polski commentary.
Polski sklep.
What will be your Polish name, Lawrence?
My Polish name? Piotr.
You just choose it.
No, it's Krzysztof, but I always pronounce Krzysztof wrong.
Krzysztof.
Yeah, but I think the Polish, they pronounce it differently.
That's fine, I guess.
Krzysztof.
Trzaskowski.
Trensowski. That's it. But what is going on in this position? We haven't even analysed. It looks drawish, but actually this pawn is, I don't know. Feels as though black is just holding on, but quite dangerous.
So we have a few more moves after that. Knight f5 happened.
Knight f5.
And white took black took this knight, and seems like a bit inaccuracy, as now the pawn on h5 will hang.
Wow, actually, Maka's had a very lucky tournament. I think he shouldn't be on 2.5 out of 3. I remember, I think he was losing. Now he might lose this position. This bishop on a7 is a disaster.
Playing, yeah. And after taking on h5, is there a way to break through? Probably f4 somewhere.
Yeah.
f4, yeah.
Yeah.
And you cannot really stop bishop e2, bishop h5. So he went bishop to b8.
Mm-hmm. Bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Brezina is 13 years old.
Wow. Okay.
FIDE master. They're actually brothers, and they have sister
Who
too.
are there are brothers.
There are two brothers at this tournament.
The Brezina?
The other brother is international master.
Oh right. Okay.
It's chess family.
Chess family. Yeah, this just looks very bad for black. How do you save this position?
Yeah, and it's so clear plan here for white.
I mean, this is unbelievable, really.
So I will get anything from our. What's the limit? What's the budget?
The budget?
Yeah. How much is that wine of yours?
I don't know yet. Cheap.
You said expensive.
No, I'll do cheap. Make it easy.
Maybe free one that
Free
we have
wine,
in the
free
restaurant.
wine
Okay, I'm gonna get 3 of them today, I guess. No. Still, we're in.
You think that we're talking about the Maurizi game? I'm saying Maurizi is going to win.
Yeah.
And even though it's objectively totally equal.
So, what is your judgmental there that you think is gonna win
On which one?
on the second board?
On the second board, Maurizi. Yeah, I think Maurizi is going to win.
Would you lose this one with white?
Probably. Probably. I don't like it.
We need some classes of self-confidence.
Yeah.
We should do that.
We have a result, by the way, here.
What
this
is that board?
This is Goffstein.
Oh, board 3. Board 3.
Yeah, Goffstein, sorry, yeah.
So white actually won. It was pretty nicely done, and he played also quite nicely yesterday. So he's among one of the leaders, and first person who has a 4 out of 4.
There you go. 4 out of 4 for Ido Goffstein.
Wait, no, I'm actually mistaken. How Eduardo played? Song? Oh, he's still playing. Yeah, and he's winning. Yeah,
Edward Song is doing the business, huh?
Rook h6 is on the board. Then we had bishop to d3, rook to h1 to h2, and rook to c1. No, this is so difficult to play here with white.
This is catastrophe. Bishop c4 check, rook a1 is the threat.
Oh, sneaky.
Oh my god.
Sneaky.
Yeah, and look at this. He has to go rook h1, and then you give the check, you force the king long, and then everything starts dropping. Song is going to win this game. No doubt about it. Absolute domination.
Wow, nice play by him. Remember when he said, what you asked if he has a grandmaster norm, any grandmaster norm, he said that it's difficult to get, right?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, if he's on 4 out of 4...
If he keeps playing like this.
If he plays like this, he's going to get the norm easily.
Yeah, he'll get the norm before he goes back to US.
Okay, what happened here? Sorry, so after rook h6, bishop d3, rook h2, rook c1.
Sorry, what you...
After 45, do you have some... he played b5. Wow, this is just a pure sort of desperado move. You can do anything here. If I had to guess, I would say Song is going to play a5 to keep the king in a mating net, because this is still a mating thread. And yeah, I just see no moves here. I see absolutely no moves. None. Kind of insane.
Yeah. You know, like the worst thing about this kind of position is that you cannot really resign.
Yes.
And you're suffering so long. You know the results. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So we have b5, a5 on the board.
Yes. We do. a5 played, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to win. Song. This is just totally hopeless for white. No moves. The power of the two bishops and bad king, and yeah, zero hope here for white. And you can see him puffing his cheeks. No bueno. No bueno at all.
If we get back to the Brezhina game, there was a sneaky move by his opponent. So if we white capture this pawn on h5.
Mm-hmm. Well, sorry, how did it go?
That. Okay, we don't have moves.
King e7, bishop takes
h5.
Yeah.
Bishop c7, bishop g4, bishop d8 is a sneaky move. And white's f4.
Mm-hmm.
And black now takes, and if you take with the king, after bishop c7, you are losing the pawn on g3.
Mm-hmm.
So now white has to take it back with the pawn. And instead of create a pass pawn, you have a double pawns. Do you think it's enough to win?
No, this is a draw. This surely is a draw. Knight f7, and I think you have a very difficult time winning this. I put the bishop on c7. I doubt you're winning this as well. I doubt it very much.
Let's say something like bishop to... Let's get bishop on e6, bishop e2, bishop c4, bishop e6.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm going to put the knight on d8.
And now we go with king to king to f3.
Okay, I'm going to pass.
King g4, king h5.
Are you just going to give up f4? That's what you want to do. You want to give up f4?
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5? So you're coming in. If I go bishop h4, you're going to go check, king d7. I mean, I don't believe this is winning, Ketty. Sorry. I don't think you have to give up on f4, but in general, I don't believe that any of this is normal. Why would you go f4 here? You wouldn't go f4.
Yeah, I think this sneaky move, bishop to d8, just invited that.
Yeah, no, but I don't think you play f4 here.
Yeah.
You go bishop h5. You find a moment to play f4. You certainly don't rush.
Oh, there's some. Oh, wow! Look at that. What happened after this take?
He did play f4.
Yeah, it's a
he
game.
played
Yeah.
it. Okay, yeah.
Knight f7.
Yeah,
Bishop to e2. He's
Yeah.
doing this idea. But he plays knight to h6.
yeah,
King to e4.
yes,
And black goes with king to d7.
yeah,
And that's a blunder according to the engine, because after bishop to c4, which happens,
yeah.
you just get this bishop on e6 and your knight on h6 is trapped.
Yeah, it's bad. You can put it back on f7. You can put the king on e7, put it back on f7. But the problem is that you're running into some bishop c8 very quickly. This is bad.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is really.
And he
bad.
had a lot of time here, 37 minutes. And king d7 is a blunder. He could just play knight f7 back.
Yeah, king d7 looks bad.
Wow. Like any second, by any move, the game can just change so much.
Yeah, incredible.
And you know what is not changing? The game on the second board.
What do you mean?
It is still equal.
Yeah, of course. This game will go on forever. I mean,
They trade it.
we're not going to cover it all day long. We'll see if it ends up being a win for black. I doubt it.
We have actually, let's make a couple more moves here. Bishop, king f7, king f3, king e8, bishop f4,
Bishop
bishop f8,
Yeah.
and it's white to move now.
Okay. Yep, still should be equal. Yeah, I mean, it is difficult to win here with black. You have to admit it is difficult.
Oh, don't take your bet. I want
You
something
don't-
from you.
All right, that's okay. I don't mind.
I'll figure it out.
You
I'll call
figure
to
it
Nino to
Call
get
to
some
Nino.
advice.
Oh
Yes.
my God. Nino
Team
knows.
up with Nino.
Nino knows. What does Nino know? Nino knows? Nino knows. Nino knows something. Yeah, it should be a draw, but we'll see. It should be a draw. Should be a draw.
All right. The game board 10, sorry 15, Brezhina game. He's completely winning now. As the opponent,
Brezhina? After this
Yeah,
king
this
d7,
one,
right?
he actually decided to go also king to c7, too far. Bishop g4.
No, it went something like this. No, it went
No,
here.
bishop g4, bishop d8, f1.
Bishop g4, bishop d8, f4.
They finished the game actually, yeah.
Takes.
Knight f7, bishop b2, knight h6, king e4, king d7, a blunder, bishop
Yeah.
c4, and here he went king to c7,
Uh-huh.
bishop e6.
Yeah. Yeah, that the king is now locked, and after king f3, the knight is trapped.
Yeah. King g4.
What happened after bishop e6?
Sorry, knight g4.
Yeah. King f3,
Yeah.
knight h2.
And yeah, it was a resignation.
He resigned.
Yeah, because after knight h6, king g3, yeah?
Yeah, knight h6, king g3, and you walk. I can see that. And after...
You know what? Instead of king c7, after bishop c4, in the game, it was knight g4,
okay.
king f3,
Yeah.
and knight h6. Because after knight h2, king g3 traps, and now bishop e6,
Oh, yeah.
king c7, and yeah, it was resignation.
Yeah. Poorly played by the international. Really bad by black. Really poor. Okay. Gorshtein has officially won. Travadon on board 5. I mean, I don't understand what's going on here at all. Let's have a look. We've had this position where if anybody's better, it's white. But again, it feels as though black is just solid enough. Have to feel as though black is going to hold on here at this level. It's the sort of position which Something like Wesley So playing white would torture you somehow, but maybe it's just not enough. You've got one square to work with, but even if the knight lands there, I can just move around the knight.
I don't see like how you like one way that I see is knight b3, knight c5, just give up your knight
Yeah.
for one pawn and have the connected pawns, but that's so risky.
It's risky, and I don't even have to take the knight. I can
Yeah.
put the queen on e7, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't think that's happening.
Let's go board 2.
Or 2 again. Okay.
After bishop f8, we have a6. He's giving up the pawn.
Yeah, this is a clever move. Now it's a lot.
96.
Yeah, he wants to take and go knight e6. Or knight f5, I'm not sure. Probably knight e6. And the opposite color, bishop
Yeah.
ending. Bishop b7 check, king g3. Bishop, yeah. Wait.
You will be knight c7.
Oh my god.
Tricky knight. King f7, knight d8.
Yeah, no, exactly. Oh, this is a very clever move, a6. This secures the draw. Very, very good. Yeah, this is just a draw.
Did I get my bat?
You won your bet.
Yay! 1-1.
Congratulations.
1-1.
I didn't actually see this idea
It's
for
nice,
white.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to have a draw there. There's a draw there. It is actually, guys, coming to a close today because there's not many more games of the top games still going on.
I'm so surprised why board 4 is still playing. Like, why they're still playing this position.
Out of
Who's trying to win?
He's playing out of frustration.
White tries.
Yeah, white's trying to win, but there's nothing to aim for here. The problem is black hasn't really got any targetable weaknesses. And I think Robert just knows that he had a winning position and he wants to carry on. Maybe it's black that's trying to carry on, but okay, the point is that the game has to end in a draw, Well, I say has to, but nothing has to be anything, right? But yeah, this is obviously just a disaster.
And the game.
And this
Song
is
Edward.
Song. Song.
Did he win?
Song has won.
So he is another player who has 4 out of 4.
He has 4 out of 4. Absolutely
But you know what? We might just have 2 people next round
incredible. Yeah.
having 100% of score.
Absolutely incredible. Song on maximum points, along with Gorstein, and I think that's going to be it for the maximum points. So they will play each other tomorrow, Gorstein and Song, and the colors work out perfectly.
Yeah, they work out. Song will go with white, Konstantin will go with black.
Great tournament for Song. Fantastic tournament. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, almost all the games are done.
We've got some more games on slightly lower down. We've got Coles here against Jagadish. And this position here is better for black for sure. Queen f3, and you would expect a GM to massage this advantage and win. So I think we're just going to get a long game there. And we've also got Orimi playing against Savita. And this position, this ending here looks... Black is on the verge of losing. But it's possible she's got a fortress. It looks totally lost, but actually it's possible she's got a fortress here. Can you believe that? Can you actually believe that? It looks totally losing, like I walk over. But the point is that anytime I walk over, there's a knight h5, and you're going to win my pawn, and then you have to calculate who's faster. So like, for example, if king c4, you go bishop e4, protect f5, king b5, and knight h5, and
You can't guard the pawn with knight f1 because bishop d3 will
Exactly.
wins the piece. Takes.
And
Let's see that line.
Which one?
King takes, knight takes, king
Yeah.
takes a5.
Yeah. Some knight, let's say knight e2 looks the most logical.
b4, g3, b5, g2.
Yeah,
One has
but
to be careful.
you have to be careful. I'm going to take the knight. I'm going to put the knight on d5, distract your knight, and I am faster.
Okay. So you should not really risk with white in this position.
Yeah. So I think that's some sort of weird draw as well, which we'll see. And on board 2, Mark Andrea, did he?
No, he's not made a move
He hasn't
yet.
made a move yet. But
I think he's surprised also by that move.
a6. Very clever move. And the other point is that if you take on a6, knight e6, let's say you go bishop c8, very importantly, after takes, the white king can get round to protect the pawn. And then you're going to park the bishop on somewhere. And yeah, you just can't win this position.
They cannot break through
No.
with the pawns. These two pawns are perfectly well. Even one pawn is just blocking the two of black's pawns. You can just settle the king on h4 and move the bishop around.
Yeah, this is just bad.
And we have bishop a6 and knight to e6 on the board, so this game might also end.
Yeah, we'll see if this gets to this position. Probably will. Probably will. And
When I play the tournament, I'm always the last person who finishes.
you
the
take a
game.
long time, do you?
Oh, yes.
Really interesting.
I never take it easy. Never. I don't know why this. I always have the game as long as I'm spending my time, then I'm getting increment. I'm spending that time too.
Okay.
And
Well,
it's so exhausting. You
It
know?
is. Playing long chess is horrible.
Yeah, and I don't know how to offer a draw.
Just
Every
offer
time I
one.
offer a draw, I got declined. I was like, then I will never do it again. Every single time I offered a draw just to go easy, they said no to me. Are you making easy draws sometimes?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes not in a fighting mood, but
Also just to save the... I would not mind to make draws sometimes, just to save the energy for the last... Because I really play for 5 hours almost every day.
yeah. Well, this game I don't think will go on that long. Because the other thing is, just to explain that in this position I can just park the king on h4 and then I can park the bishop on a7, for example, and there's just nothing you can do because you can't get closer to my king. And if you put your king here, you can put your pawn up, you can do whatever. I'm just keeping the bishop here.
All right, let's make one last round and make sure that all the games are about to finish and we can just call it a day because some of the games seems like will continue longer. So in this game, board 2, they have already traded the knight and the bishop.
Yeah.
So we have...
We're basically getting a position like this. I mean, some iteration of this will happen.
Yeah,
and
there's something like that.
He will
already.
just keep the bishop here. He can just keep the bishop. Yeah, it's just, there's nothing really to discuss. They're moving very
Yeah.
fast.
Also, you can do bishop c5, bishop f8 at some point.
Yeah, and you also can't, yeah, that's true actually. You even have to be slightly careful here.
That's what he has on the board, bishop to c5 and king to f7. So this game will end very likely in a draw. The board 4, also not much of the...
and that has ended officially.
essential, no? So board 4 also seems the equal, that none of the side has improved past, I don't know, 20, 15 moves. Going forward to the next is
Yeah, this is one
game.
of those positions where you can move around for 1,000 hours, but effectively the position is just a draw.
White managed to bring the king on a4. He will try to do something, probably.
I'm not even sure what you can do. There doesn't look like there's any actual ideas here. You can't get your knight into anywhere. And even if you get it to f5, black's going to put a knight on g8, protect the pawn. He's going to make sure this pawn is protected. I just don't see this being anything but a draw. So that actually does, Ketty, I think, bring us to the end of the top 10 boards for the round. So I think you're right. I think today is a slightly earlier day. I think this is a good time to wrap things up. So
Save the energy for the middle
Indeed.
tournament, because like
Indeed.
tomorrow we're gonna have really big clash between Edward Song and Ido Kosh, saying they are at this point only 2 players who have 4 out of 4, and if something horrible happens in these remaining 2 games, then they will be joined by 2 other players. But yeah, I don't really believe that something can happen in these 2 games. All right, thanks guys very much for watching today. Hopefully it was very nice and instructive commentary for you. Please join us tomorrow at 4:30 Central European Time. We will be here doing analysis of the games. Do you want to end?
yeah, no, thanks for everybody for watching. Obviously today a couple of interesting results for me. Edward Song continues his incredible tournament, winning with the black pieces today. And we also had a lovely result for the Georgian player, Safarov, beating Gavrilescu. The 2 big results for me from today's round. Tomorrow, middle of the tournament, round 5, only 2 players will most likely have 100%. Are we going to have somebody who has 100% going into the rest day? We'll find out tomorrow. Join us then.
Bye guys.
Take care. Bye.